Good evening and welcome to the Township of Woolwich Council meeting on June 6th, 2022. We are now live on YouTube and I believe Rogers Channel 20 is also joining us tonight. We'll start with a roll call of council. I'm Mayor Shantz, I'm present and chairing this meeting. Councillor Martin.
Present.
Councillor McMillan.
Present.
Councillor Merlihan.
I'm present.
Councillor Redekop.
Present.
And Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Thank you. Motion that council reconvenes in open session, moved by Councillor Shantz and seconded by Councillor Redekop. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. As community leaders, we're tasked with listening to all sides of an issue and then bringing the pieces together with some sort of wisdom. Tonight, we'll be considering the regional official plan and what that means for Woolwich Township. We'll hear from various groups who want their voices heard and want to add to the conversation. The township is growing. We are concerned with the environment. We want to be prosperous. Let's take the time we need to consider all the angles and set the township up to continue to be a great place to live and work. But before we get to the agenda, let's also begin our meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. The land on which we meet has been here from time immemorial. People have inhabited southern Ontario for about 10,000 years, and we acknowledge the Attawandaron, also called the Neutral people, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee peoples who lived here when the settlers arrived and who share this land with us. May we together learn to care for and respect each other, our flora and fauna, and the land we inhabit together. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, no items to come forward from closed. We do have minutes from Committee of the Whole from May 9th, from Council from May 16th, and Committee of the Whole from May 30th. Are there any concerns with those minutes? Someone like to move them? Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Shantz. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have no public meetings, no presentations, but we do have a number of delegations. Before we hear from the delegations, sorry, I'll let Mr. Vink review the report first, and then I'll read my blurb to the delegations. This is a regional official plan comments, land needs assessment, and preliminary boundary adjustments. Mr. Vink.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council and the public. So as you are aware, and many people are aware, the region's undergoing their regional official plan review. And as part of that, they're undergoing the municipal comprehensive review and looking at our land needs across the region. So they have put forward the land needs assessment report out to the public for review and comment, as well as municipalities. This growth that they're talking about is to carry us forward to the year 2051. So all that information is compiled into a very lengthy document that they provided to us just over a month ago. But just to go back a little bit of time in history here, a little bit, about a year ago, the region did put this out to the public too, and start talking about some land need scenarios. And they brought that to regional council late last year through a lot of discussion, a lot of public input. Regional council sent it back to regional staff to relook at things and finalize and fine tune with some different scenarios, which led to the report we had just recently that we're talking about tonight. So this has been going on for a little while. So it's just coming back at this point for our consultation and review. And the reason the region is bringing it forward also is under the province's guidelines, the region has to complete this report and get some decision moving forward under the Provincial Policy and the Planning Act that they have to finalize this land needs assessment. So they do have to make a decision in the near future. As part of the regional official plan process, the region did provide some fundamental foundation themes they've noted. That's on page 2 of the report, where it talks about build equitable, thriving, transit supportive, complete communities, intensification, first approach to growth management, realizing transformational climate change, advancing Indigenous relations and reconciliation, continuing to protect water, agricultural, and natural systems. So that's some of their fundamentals of the ROP process that they're looking at as they move through the whole project. Also, I just wanted to note that as the township, we do have a number of things that kind of feed into it. We've had a number of concerns and that we've been feeding to the region in terms of overall for the township, but also for each of the settlements of Elmira, St. Jacobs, and Breslau, along similar lines of how we achieve proper growth within Elmira and St. Jacobs and Breslau, supporting the implementation of the Stockyard Secondary Plan, for example, doing sustainable development, looking at it from a climate perspective, creating a complete community, etc. So we give a whole list of things that we provided. They're about a page, almost just over a page in length, that we don't want to lose sight of on that. Whichever scenario the region picks, whichever way this goes, we still want the region to incorporate those elements into the regional official plan to protect Woolwich as part of that. So we do want to encourage that be put back before regional staff to remind them that this is key to the township also, regardless of the scenario they move forward with. Moving forward, the land needs assessment. So the region has broken this down into basically 2 parts as required by the province. There's the community land needs, and the community land needs are the residential and commercial lands. And then the other portion is the employment lands, and that's where your business economic activity is, basically your industry and large office spaces. So they've broken that down and done the assessment based on those 2 items. So first, with regards to the community land needs, as you can see on the 1 page in the report there, the 4th page into the report, it goes through and gives a bit of the history of where we've been sitting with intensification and people and jobs and housing mix. But then it shows the 3 concepts, so concept 1, 2, and 3 that the region has produced. So concept 1, for example, looks at a 50% target intensification rate, looking at 50 people and jobs per hectare in the DGA. And it gives you a housing split there that the low density would be about 32%, medium density about 18%, and high density about 49% of our development. And then to accomplish that, we need about 2,200 acres or hectares. And as out of that, across the region, and out of that, Woolwich would have to provide 384. Concept 2, 60% intensification rate, 60 people and jobs per hectare on average, with 19% being low density residential, 26% being medium density, and 55% being a high density residential. Total, they're looking at 100, that would require 376 hectares of land across the region, and Woolwich land needs would come out of that would be only 176 of that. So we're getting a large portion of those potential development lands in concept 2, as well as concept 1. Concept 3 is somewhat similar to concept 2, but you'll notice that the people and jobs per hectare now has to average out to 66 people and jobs per hectare, which is a bigger jump, but the intensification rate remains similar at 60%. To meet that 66 people and jobs per hectare, the housing changes slightly, that there's a slightly higher density on the high density units. So they're pushing more on the high density development versus medium and low density. Total community land area needs in concept 3 is 0. There would be no additional lands added across any of the municipalities. And obviously then Woolwich would get no additional lands. So that's kind of summarizes that context of what's proposed in each of these concepts. In terms of what that looks like in terms of population for Woolwich, option 1 would see a population, additional population of 50, additional population that bring us to 58,000 people approximately. Option 2 would bring us to just under 50,000, and option 3 would bring us just above 50,000. So there's a bit of variation there, obviously, in terms of what that would do to the township in terms of growth. We would basically double in size, regardless how you look at it, double in size by the year 2051. So staff took a look at these three options that were brought forward by the region to say which direction should the region grow, and looked at it from a township perspective, hitting the themes that kind of came out in the first section there that we talked about what township issues are. So we're looking, is it transit supportive? Does it minimize greenfield agricultural impact on greenfield agricultural lands? Does it support intensification? Can it be climate friendly? Does it provide the housing needs that meets the township requirements, not the regions, but the townships? Will it reflect the township character as these new developments grow? And does it create the best use of our existing servicing? So concept one didn't check many of the boxes. Actually, it didn't really check any of the boxes. We said it didn't hit those targets very well. Concept 2 and 3, as you can tell, were very similar when we went through them, but more requirements around the density, people and jobs per hectare, which made it a little more dense, right? So they're very similar, but you'll start to see there's a bit of differences where staff weighed them out here. Is the biggest thing we started to see is, does it meet the township's needs? Now, concept 3, even in the region's report, the region's expert identified that concept 3 moves away from providing a well-balanced mix of housing units across the region. And as a result, staff looked at it and we had some concerns along those lines too, that it doesn't maybe meet those needs of the township, what people are looking for in Woolwich, to provide that low, medium, and high density mix that we think is going to be needed at the density that we think is appropriate. That ties into then, obviously, will it reflect the character of the community? So the greater density, the greater intensification is a concern from our perspective, as it will start to change the character, especially of Elmira and St. Jacobs, as to what those would look like. And that's why we ranked them on concept 3 less than concept 2. And we weren't sure how to answer the question on servicing. If you do some greater number of service units per hectare and you have slightly more intensification potentially with it, we just weren't sure where our servicing would fit at this point in time, whether it would work or not. But generally our servicing is built to accommodate the kind of the continued growth we've been having, which has been fairly reasonable. So the staff also noted, as you go into here, the region also looked at where intensification can happen. So across the region, but also in Woolwich. So in Woolwich, they're anticipating that about 120 units of additional units would happen within our urban and downtown core areas, mainly Elmira. That's where they're thinking the focus would end up being, where we'd see most of that 120 units of medium and high density development. And then they're saying 383 units of general infilling across the township. So that could include accessory dwelling units, but also other areas of where we might see some intensification, some additional residential units in and around Elmira, St. Jacobs, and Breslau. So in total, about just over 500 units over the next 30 some years, which staff feel is something we can achieve, and is definitely something we could achieve. It's not over budgeting and it's not under budgeting. We think it's reasonable based on what we've seen in the last number of years. And that's about a 20% intensification for Elmira, for example. Concept 2, like I mentioned, would address many of the key targets and many of the key items we think were appropriate for the community. It seeks in this concept also to give us an overall density of 45 people and jobs per hectare across the township, which is generally what Elmira and St. Jacobs have been required to achieve under the current official plan. But lately, and for Elmira and for Breslau, it's been higher, obviously, because it's an urbanized area. We've been seeing higher densities in our new subdivisions, but that's just because it's counteracting some of our lower density in some of our other areas. So that's where you're trying to see that 45 as a bare minimum. The recommendation, obviously, in concept 2 and 3 is over 60 people and jobs per hectare. Around 60 people and jobs per hectare, if you can get development along those lines, should be transit supportive, okay? So we want to hit around that 60 for sure to get transit supportive development. Much less than that in our new subdivisions, we would be less likely to create transit supportive. So our target would be obviously that we would like to see that 60 people and jobs per hectare in our newer subdivisions as per the concept 2. So concept 2 would then obviously, as I mentioned, bring us 176 hectares across the township. Moving to the employment side, the region presented 2 options on the employment side. Concept 1 had a 15% and a 25% intensification rate. Concept 2 had a 15% and 25% intensification rate also. So staff looked at the proposed numbers. Essentially, looking at the numbers, we have some concerns that the 25% intensification rate can be met across the region. We're just not sure that that can be achieved. Looking at what we've also been seeing a lot of times from different companies and people, the pressures we're seeing on the employment lands, we think this concept 2 with the 15% intensification rate makes the most amount of sense for what we think that is going to be needed in the communities to see growth and to support what we see from the employment side in terms of industry looking for lands in this area. So because we have to match up some lands with the residential we're bringing, so jobs with the people to bring that forward. So that in total, if we go with that concept 2 with the 15% of intensification rate, that would bring us to 306 hectares across the region, across the township of Woolwich. As noted, we just wanted to make it very clear there's certain implementation issues that we would want the region to implement as part of these, whichever concept they go forward with. That should be part of the policies that frame the ROP to ensure and protect the township in regards to Elmira, St. Jacobs, and Breslau, that they're looked after in that sense of growth and opportunity and addressing the concerns in each of those communities. So as noted, concept, we were looking at all of these here. We also now are looking, and the region has asked us to look at what lands would we include. If we were to include lands, what lands in the region in the township would we include? So we looked basically at concept 2, and here's the explanation why. Concept 1 takes in everything within the countryside line and a wee bit more. So there was no need to consider that. It would just take everything in. Concept 3 provides no additional lands anywhere. So there's nothing to look at. There's nothing to add. So it's basically concept 2 was the one we had to look at to understand what we would suggest to the region might be brought in to meet those land requirements. What might be the logical scenarios? So staff reviewed that. We set some criteria to analyze which lands to bring in. So is it a logical expansion of the settlement? Is the servicing going to be available at that point? Can it logically be moved forward? Does it provide for some key transit connections? Is it the best land use? Will it provide for some appropriate housing mix? So we tried to rate each of these sites along those lines. Also attached in the report is the region had a number of private landowner requests saying, bring my lands in. So we weighed those as we reviewed the lands to be considered. And you can see that in the appendices where we kind of weighed them with that similar checklist and kind of rated them low, medium, high. There's some flexibility, obviously, if things have to change with the numbers with the region, but we kind of ranked them what makes sort of sense as to bring in or not. Some just didn't make sense, others made sense, and some were less if we brought the key ones in. So moving forward, we also had to take into consideration some servicing issues that the region brought forward to our attention. So based on the current sewage treatment plants in Elmira and St. Jacobs and what they can do to upgrade them, they're only looking that we can accommodate basically 3,000 more people in Elmira, and at St. Jacobs only about 300 more people that we could consider in terms of additional lands. So it's pretty limiting, therefore. So given those constraints, staff looked at not even bothering trying to accumulate lands in St. Jacobs as it was such a small amount, focused in Elmira to give some lands there to meet that target, and then redirecting the remainder of the lands towards Breslau as a result, where we could servicing is kind of there's no limitation beyond that we have to run the pipe up to connect to the Kitchener plant. So the long term, there is no constraints on Breslau. We have to do work, but there's no long-term constraints on Breslau from a servicing perspective. So what does that mean for Elmira, for example, if we go forward that kind of, go with concept 2 and we can get to 3,000 people? It would allow Elmira to continue to grow at the similar rate it's been growing at now in terms of population. So we can continue that. We could continue with a moderate growth rate. We can continue with our staging plan to slowly absorb lands and to slowly see development take place and encourage the infilling to go with that. And that would mean we only need to bring in about 50 hectares, which is identified on the plans that we can go through later. So in terms of Elmira is going to be about 50 hectares of developable lands for community, and we're proposing around 57 hectares for employment lands on the east side. We had them kind of match the employment lands with the community lands. There was, like I mentioned, the constraints there a little bit around the employment, also with the sewage treatment. Okay. So most of the lands, like I mentioned, are directed to Breslau, about 123 hectares of community lands, and then a potential of 220-ish odd lands for employment that would be directed towards Breslau under the Concept 2 scenario. I could kind of go through those with you if you want my screen here briefly, not to make it too long of an evening. But the lands that we're proposing for employment around Elmira will be on the east end. So we have these lands south of just south of Southfield Drive here that we brought in previously through rationalization. We would expand that to provide lands on the east end where there should be able to bring servicing, would allow for some looping of transit opportunities, but potentially could support a bypass, help with the bypass issue that is starting underway with the EA. So that would potentially see development take place there on the employment side. And then the 50 hectares across the bottom towards Listowel Road and extending Barnesville. So this would give us a Barnesville Drive extension down to Listowel Road and kind of square up Elmira on this end. And the services are already down off of Listowel Road to some extent that would be extended. So that those 50 hectares would give us 3,000, the 3,000 additional people. As mentioned, St. Jacobs, no real expansions. We're just going to add in a little block of land here next to Home Hardware for employment purposes, just to get rid of that little bit of a hole in the donut, but no other land suggestions. And then Breslau, the green here across the top and then sort of in the center, these would be the employment community lands that we would potentially bring in. And the employment would come, because servicing would come from the south, from the Cambridge side. We bring lands over here that kind of surround the airport, off to this side of the airport also, and all the way up. They would wrap into Conestoga Meats, bring it in, and that would support any trunk line coming up that we're looking at bringing some sort of line up under the airport runway up towards Conestoga Meats and supporting their longer term plans. As mentioned, that would bring us kind of a very squared up Breslau for the time being. And we just mentioned here Lions Main property that they've been asking to be brought in. Given that the employment lands are around them in other areas, we propose that to be employment, not residential. So essentially, you have before you tonight the recommendation from staff to support the idea of Concept 2 for the community land needs. Similarly, support Concept 2 with the lower intensification rate for the employment land area. And we should probably note that if we move that forward. I didn't put Concept 2 in the recommendation, unfortunately, there. Also, that we request the region ensure that the concepts chosen and are appropriately implemented with our concerns as per this report. And that you continue to direct staff to work with the region, because we understand this is going to be a bit of a moving target, a moving element as the region goes through their public processes and discussions. There's not many council meetings in the interim, so you're going to have to give staff a bit of direction to work with this, to take council's direction and move forward to kind of give the region support of where the township should grow in the future and how it should grow. I suppose we'll have a lot of questions and discussions tonight, but if there's any questions immediately, I'm willing to answer them at this time.
Council questions for Mr. Vink? Okay, I do have a question, and that is, in the past, we've had opportunities to adjust boundaries and lands that are included partway through. Is that something that would be available going forward, or once we set this, are we kind of stuck with it for 30 years?
Good question. So essentially, if the region accepts whichever concept they accept, whether it's 1, 2, 3, or some in between or whatever, essentially we will be stuck with it. I'm not going to use the word stuck. I guess I shouldn't say stuck. We will be using that as our guide for the next 30 years. However, every 5 years, the region does do some reviews, which may make some changes as things happen. So Every so many years, there'll be a review. There might be some changes, and that might reflect any changes from the province in terms of population changes, etc. So for now, it's the guiding document. It would be the guide if they implement it, but it's not written in stone, but it'd be at a regional level, not a township level, that we'd be able to make changes. So the region would have to make the changes first, and that in consultation with the township.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Merlehan?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Fink. I have a couple of questions. The first one is whether or not you believe the region would respect whatever the wishes of council are. And I mean that in if the townships, the different townships and cities all take a different approach to how they want their areas to grow, and we all come up with a different concept of what we want, will they do a Woolwich only kind of approach and a Wellesley approach, or will they take one concept and do their cookie cutter approach to planning and apply it across the board? What is your feeling on that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Merlehan. I can't answer for what regional council might do. This is a unique, not necessarily unique, but we are going to have many voices and many opinions, and just as many opinions will probably have twice as many thoughts on which direction to go. So it is not going to be an easy decision for regional council, nor will it be easy for regional staff to distill it down to make it easy for council to pick just one or two options. It's going to be a lot of the conversation. Will they take our comments under consideration? Yes. Will it be a Woolwich only approach? Will they? I don't think so. I think this is going to be very much a conciliatory. It's going to be a big picture idea that regional council and has to kind of give forward what they think their long-term vision is for the community, as well as each of the smaller communities do it. What's the key criteria that you're going to weigh things by? And depending how they want to weigh things depends where they take this. So I really don't have a good firm answer what's going to happen, but I think regional council is going to take a very strong lead, and staff is just going to be having to follow and work with them and as best they can.
Okay. Another question I have is, this is information I found out today, that the regional staff plan on providing additional information about the ROP when they present to regional council on the June 22nd. Apparently the date's been moved, and they are going to present an analysis of the climate change impact that the ROP will do. So we don't have that information now. So any kind of growth is going to severely impact we declared a climate emergency, and we did commit to a lot of different initiatives for the future, and we have to reduce our impact within the next 8 years. So, that would be information that I would have liked to know, now. They're going to also provide a financial impact analysis of the new ROP and an infrastructure analysis. So that apparently was let known to some members of the public and not councils today, and apparently that's coming June 22nd. So is that information that you have as a staff member or are aware of?
So in terms of that information, no, we do not have generally that information. I can tell you we only have the information on the servicing infrastructure side, which I told you tonight about Elmira, St. Jacobs, and Breslau. So that's the only information we have at this time to make a decision on to recommend in front of council. So yeah, anything else they provide later on will be some additional input. Like I said, I don't know when. Like they published, I understood they were going to their regional council with some information on the 22nd. I understood it was a recommendation on which concept to choose and what their thoughts are on which lands to potentially include. But beyond that, we weren't aware of any additional major information. But we do have regional staff available tonight here to speak to any direct questions to the region that if you do need to ask them. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, if there's regional staff here, I'd love to hear if we could get a quick update on any of those, if that information is available now.
I'll go to Ms. Freeze first. She had her Hollywood Square on. Deanne? You're muted.
Sorry. I was just going to follow up on what Jeremy said and say that we could refer that question to regional staff as well. So I think it was answered.
Okay. Is there someone here from the region that can speak to the question? Mr. Regier, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Shantz. Yes, so the financial analysis, the greenhouse gas impact analysis of the three options will be brought forward as part of the comprehensive report for the June 20th meeting, 22nd meeting, and it hasn't been circulated widely. It's just being assembled into the broader package right now. I would say that the role of the meeting on the 22nd of June is to have an adoption of the preferred growth model in principle, but that then launches a further public consultation process. We'll have an open house in July. We'll also have a statutory public meeting in July, and the final decision of the regional official plan amendment will be made by regional council on August the 18th. And right up through that process, we are taking input from the public and from regional and from councils, area municipal councils like yours. So there will be some considerable amount of time here to chew on the comprehensive analysis that will be presented on June the 22nd.
So will we be getting some kind of an update as a council prior to the 18th then, or what can we expect?
Prior to the 18th of August?
So that we can provide additional input with the new information.
Oh, yes, but certainly. As I was mentioning, the information will be released as a package on probably in and around June 15th of this month, and then it's really up to the township to respond on your schedule. We need to assemble the information for regional council in August, but certainly any time up to the beginning of August we're receiving input from the area municipalities and the public.
Okay, when is our summer meeting, Jeff? He's looking.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Sean. So I was just trying to turn on my camera here, and there we go. I think I got it. Our next, so we do have meetings on June 20th and 27th. Then we break for the July, a break in July for the summer, and then we will have a meeting on August 8th.
So if we had comments to get back to you, would after August 8th be good enough?
Yes, certainly. We'll definitely bring all of that feedback to council, regional council, approximately 10 days later in the May 18th report. Okay.
So you'd be looking for some direction from us this evening on where we sit today, and then there's going to be more opportunity for public input and other inputs, and then for our August 8th meeting, we could reconsider it, and then give you more feedback.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, and Mr. Vink has done a good job of summarizing the three LNA options, and has outlined the issues from a Woolwich point of view, and of course tonight's discussion will also help inform regional staff's work moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Merlehan, you had another question?
Mr. Regier answered it in his explanation, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Does, Councillor Shantz and then Councillor McMillan.
Yeah, I'm just checking. Are we going to be able to ask staff questions after the delegations? Because there might be more questions at that point.
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave mine go till then. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, through you. For the benefit of the delegations, whoever might be listening, Mr. Vink, you talked about if we go forward with the ROP, or we married to it for 30 years, and you said the province might come in with different population requirements for the region, which would impact us. There are people who talk to me about, stop having any population growth in Elmira. Can you talk maybe about the relationship the township has, the role the township has, the relationship they have with the region, and the relationship within the region and the province when it comes to population growth, and what guides that, and what responsibilities council actually has for that?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor McMillan. That's a loaded question. So the province takes numbers, and they will project our population growth as a province, and they will project where growth is going to happen across the province, and they essentially assign it to each of the municipalities at a regional or upper tier level. There is some basic consultation when they do that, but they basically assign those levels to us in the provincial documents. So every so often we see changes, the provincial policy statement, etc., and a place to grow with changes those population and employment numbers. So that's where the numbers come from. They come from the province's experts, where they think growth is going to be and where it's going to happen, and they update that regularly. So that means they just bring it down and they say to the regions and the upper tier municipalities, here's your number, work with it. Here, and then, yeah, in the last number of years, obviously, they've also been giving municipalities guides as they do this. So the region, when they did this land needs assessment, they had to follow a formula, and there was a large document of how you calculated your splits of employment lands and how that was with your housing numbers and population growths and projections. And so there is a bit of there is a lot of math and science behind it that the region has to do to accomplish the study they put together with the expert. That's why it's 200 and some odd pages in length. So that's what the region has to look at to say, how are we going to divvy this up across the region? So the region then has choice where they do that in the region, okay? So we could as townships say, no, we don't want growth here, or we don't want growth there, and talk to the region with that and give them input. But some cases are constraints, like Elmira, for example, in the future is probably going to have constraints around servicing. So it'll probably limit growth in the longer term regardless, because our sanitary capacity in the Kanakajig is just so limited. We don't know how much it's going to handle without some much more work, for example. So the region is obviously not going to allocate growth where growth can't happen. So they are going to focus it. It has generally been focused to the cities and the city areas, which is now includes Breslau. So you'll start to see it that way, but we do have input where it can happen once the region gets the numbers from the province.
Thank you very much.
Did someone else have a question yet? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe more comments and questions. The first question I'm going to ask is one that was asked by a former councillor many years ago, and that is, who is the driving force behind growth? Do we even need it? Do we even want it? I mean, if Elmira's big enough now that we've got a lot of issues just getting to Kitchener Waterloo on our highway, we can't even have any more growth here. We've got policies to protect farmland. And all of a sudden, when we're looking at the ROP, we're going to bring in a bunch of lands. I don't think so. I think we should protect our farmland, and any growth should be within the boundaries we have. Other questions that nobody's talked about is We depend on groundwater for our water. Where are we going to get our water for all this growth in the next 20 years? Our sewage treatment plants, some of them are capacity to the point where we say we can't do any more development because they're full. Has that been looked at? How much affluent can we dump in the river? And when people downstream use the river for some of their drinking water. And we've got other issues. Today already, our police force is under pressure, stressed out. Their call volume is high and they can't respond as quick as they'd like. We cut back, well, we give them extra money in the budget, but we didn't give them near what they needed to hire more people to answer their calls. 2 weeks ago, I heard that the paramedics said they need 7 more ambulances today just to provide the service that they want. And with 7 ambulances come at least 14 staff people. We have those issues today without any growth. So until we answer some of these questions, why are we even looking at a lot of growth?
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure you're looking for a staff answer to that, but maybe part of our discussion after we hear from the delegations. Or
Yeah, I'm not expecting them to answer it now, but I think these are questions that have to be answered before we get too carried away, because some of these are real problems today already.
okay, thanks. I have one more question for Mr. Vink before he goes away. Come back. Jeremy? There you go.
Right.
And this is a little more technical of a question, but between concept 2 and concept 3, I see that the people and jobs per hectare, there's a difference there, but your high density is really quite similar. So, and I know you covered a lot of stuff, but can you just give me what's the key difference there between them? Because when you look at the chart, it doesn't look like there's a lot.
Yes, Madam Mayor, you're correct. It doesn't look like there's a lot, but that key difference on the people and jobs per hectare that we have to see in our greenfield goes up to 66 versus 60. So where we're talking greenfield, those are our outer fringes of Elmira, for example. If we think of Activa's subdivision or any other development like that, the target should be 66 as a minimum now versus 45 in Elmira. So that's where we're kind of struggling as in terms of staff of understanding the implications here is all these greenfields that are currently under development and that we're going to have in the future that we have left to develop, they have to hit a higher density. And we've had, people, obviously, as you're aware, some people don't like the higher density, even that we have in Elmira today. We'd even have to go higher still on these greenfields. So that's where you're going to see that change is across the greenfield, we have to hit 66 people and jobs per hectare. And then the housing split would be similar as per concept 2, but we have more lands to work with under concept 2. So that's the biggest thing is just higher density in our greenfield areas. So that's what you're going to see, much higher density, higher than we are seeing in Breslau right now, for example.
So is most of it related to residential, or is most of it employment, or is it a half and half, or?
This would all be residential. So the community lands are all residential. So that's residential commercial. So that doesn't include the employment lands. The employment lands are a separate calculation. So that's why the employment lands are done separately. Okay. So, yeah.
Okay, because it said people and jobs per hectare.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just to explain that, Madam Chair, maybe for the sake of everybody, within a subdivision, you're going to have some jobs, people who work from home. Schools, for example, would count as jobs per hectare. So there is some jobs associated to a residential neighborhood, as well as commercial, like grocery stores, convenience stores, etc. So that would all be counting under the community side, as that retail would also count under community lands.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else before we get to the delegations? Okay, thank you. Before we do get to the delegations, I need to read the following instructions. Please leave your video and microphone off until you are called on to speak. Each speaker has a maximum of 7 minutes unless clerk or counsel have given a different speaking time. There will be a timer on the screen and you will hear a warning when you have 1 minute and when your time is up. Once you are finished, please turn your microphone and camera off again. You may listen in to the rest of the meeting or leave when you want. Council will hear from all speakers and ask questions of clarification. Council discussion and debate will start when all speakers on a topic have finished. So unless council has anything else, we'll get right to the delegations. Okay, our first delegation is Ken Leopard. Mr. Leopard, you may turn your video and your microphone on. Welcome.
Thank you, and good evening to everyone. When I listened to the questions or the comments about the growth that's expected for the region and where it's going to be accommodated, I guess my question is, how much flexibility do you see in the line that is currently drawn between agriculture and urban? And the reason I ask that is that I own a property at the edge of Bridgeport. It's in Woolwich. It's a 2-acre plot. I've owned it for 22 years. I bought it from a doctor who had that 2 acre set up as a proposed 12 lot subdivision that fell through sometime in the 1990s for whatever reason. Now, I'd never had any intention of severing that lot or doing anything with it. We've used it as a single family dwelling, and that's how it has been used for a number of families before I took it over. It's a unique property in that 2 sides of the property are bounded by Kitchener and 2 sides of the property are bounded by Woolwich. The services all run along Daniel Street, which is one side of the property, and our current house on that property is hooked up to Kitchener Water, Kitchener Gas, a Kitchener mailing address. We have our own septic system. And I guess what I would hope down the road as a retirement income for me would be able to sever that lot in half and maybe do something with some lots along Daniel Street side. That would be the intent. The possibility of severing the lot, I guess, is my question. And I know that as time goes on, that hard line that's drawn currently, maybe there's some room for some flexibility on individual situations. Is that something that would be done to protect the growth of the urban at the expense of agriculture? I don't expect an answer right away.
Okay, we'll keep track of those questions and have the staff answer them either at the end or maybe get back to you at a later date on those. I think part of your question has to do with infill as well.
Right.
So, okay.
I don't live there. My son lives at that place, but I've come to appreciate over the 20-some years we've been there that people in Bridgeport like to stay in Bridgeport. They didn't particularly like being amalgamated way back when. And anything that can happen on the Bridgeport side of the river is important. And I would really long-range plan like to see a series of one-level townhouse retirement things set up along that section of Daniel Street. Currently, the bus stop is there. Currently, the post office, the Kitchener post office, is both on the Woolwich side of the road on Daniel Street. So there's a fair amount of intermixing between the city and the township already at that site.
Okay, well, we have our staff here and we have some regional staff listening in as well. I think they're still on the call, so they'll take note of that as an area to pay a little more attention to.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, you're welcome. Oh, don't go away yet. Councillor Shantz, did you have a question for Mr. Leopard?
Yes, thank you. Through you to Mr. Leopard. Is your property being the land work now, is that a field part of your property and behind those houses, or is it not?
The house is, I think, the old original farmhouse. And there was an implement shed that's back behind it. That's where I tinker with my shop. And but there is nothing else on that property. And it's been zoned agricultural, but it's been residential for who knows how long. And there are no buildings on that half of the property that I would consider severing on the Daniel Street side. It's nothing but grass that I cut faithfully.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Mr. Leopard.
Turn my mic off and my video.
Yes, yes, please. Okay, bye. Yes, okay, next is Kevin Thomason, Smart Growth Waterloo Region. Welcome, Mr. Thomason.
Good evening. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I'm going to start to begin to share a presentation here. Hopefully you can see my slides okay. There should be a title slide saying Regional Official Plan Proposed Option Number 4.
We see it.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, my name is Kevin Thomason, and I'm presenting tonight from Smart Growth Waterloo Region. And I'd like to talk to you about the Waterloo Regional Official Plan update that is currently underway to determine our vision, priorities, and the form of our community for the next 30 years. Our last regional official plan created our countryside line concept, protected countryside, light rail transit, core renewal, and so many other bold, innovative concepts that we now take for granted and can't even imagine our community without. This ROP update needs to be just as bold and visionary if Waterloo Region is to compete in the years ahead globally. However, planning for the future in a rapidly changing world is not easy. Climate change is the most significant threat facing our community today, with every decision carrying an important message and having potential impact. There has been a fraction of the public engagement, public consultation, and media coverage on this regional official plan update compared to previous regional official plans. And we need far more public input and time to understand the implications of the feedback and ideas being proposed. Regional staff are proposing 3 growth options. However, all may be overly complicated and insufficient to meet future needs, particularly in light of the climate change commitments to reduce our greenhouse gases by 80% within the timeframe of this official plan. Option number 1 has massive amounts of urban sprawl, huge farmland loss, likely breaches of the countryside line in numerous places, and abandons the goals of regional sustainability and leadership. Option number 2 still destroys almost 1,000 acres of local farmland and creates complex inequity issues between area municipalities. Option number 3 is overly complex, difficult to achieve, and places too much density at the periphery rather than the core of our communities. Citizens and community groups concerned about the 3 proposed growth options are suggesting a simpler, more congruent 4th option based on current trends and rates of intensification, with no boundary expansion and no farmland loss. It buys time to see how post-pandemic world unfolds without locking us into sprawl that may not be needed or wanted. And it treats all area municipalities equally. You'll see on this chart here, our proposed option number 4 on the right, comparing to option 1, 2, and 3 that you heard about earlier from staff. You'll see our proposed option number 4 has a 65% intensification target that's very congruent with current rates of about 64% to 70%. It has 60 people and jobs per hectare density that is far more achievable than the higher numbers under option number 3. And best of all, it has 0 acres of farmland or green space lost to urban sprawl. Why intensification versus density? Density is measured over time and retroactively over lands already built. Thus, to achieve option number 3's density of 66 people and jobs per hectare, it will actually require new development to achieve about 73 people and jobs per hectare in order to compensate for recent developments achieving only about 54 people and jobs per hectare. Achieving such significant density increase on new lands at the edges and the most distant parts of our community will not be easy or perhaps even appropriate. So to look at this visually, you can see the skyline of a city here with option number 3, where option number 3 is placing significant density at the periphery of the community, where our option number 4, based on intensification, spreads growth more evenly across the entire community. So whereas achieving an intensification rate of 65%, as we're proposing in option number 4, is very congruent with current regional intensification rates. Thus, intensification is a far simpler and better metric for our regional official plan and a realistic way to accommodate thousands of new residents without farmland loss. So what is Woolwich doing to meet its climate change goals? It currently has greenhouse reduction commitments of 50% by 2030 and an 80% reduction by 2050. Breaching the countryside line for more low density, single detached urban sprawl is not going to go over well with the public. Even staying within the countryside line and destroying local farmland in a climate and pending food emergency is not likely to be well received. Woolwich should be leading the protection of farmland, not leading the development of it. Creating car-dependent, low-density urban sprawl subdivisions and bedroom communities just isn't sustainable for a climate crisis, particularly when Woolwich is planning for by far the lowest density rate of just 42 to 45 people and jobs per hectare in Waterloo region. This is well below the provincial minimum of 50 people and jobs per hectare. And it is well below Wellesley Township and other regional plan rates of 60 plus people and jobs per hectare. Surely Woolwich can do better. There's tremendous need and opportunity to create sustainable, complete, walkable 15-minute communities with a wide variety of services and housing choice. Woolwich has an opportunity to lead by example for Waterloo region. So please don't breach the countryside line or target farmland for destruction. There's an opportunity to undertake a study of intensification and sustainable growth opportunities in existing communities, as well as future visioning studies for what our community could look like and what we could dream of for the future. With thousands of lots already designated in Woolwich, it provides considerable time to plan better for the future. We can learn from what's already highly sought after. For example, the home hardware on Main Street in St. Jacobs with the apartment buildings above and the home hardware store on the main floor as a brilliant example of intensification within an existing community that's highly sought after. Ensure that you'll be able to meet the needs of existing residents in the future. You will have thousands of local seniors needing to downsize in the coming years and looking for housing choice and housing variety. There's an opportunity to balance the number of new homes being created with the number of new employment opportunities being created to make sure that Woolwich doesn't become a commuter community that vacates every day as people go to work elsewhere. Option number 4 has clear advantages over option number 1, 2, and 3. It's not perfect, but it is the simplest, most consistent, and most easily achievable. It continues Waterloo region's innovation and planning leadership on the current trajectory. It demonstrates climate leadership and that we are serious about achievable solutions to meet our Paris Accord commitments. It best supports the future ION LRT expansion and public transit, as well as other sustainability initiatives. And it buys time on future boundary expansions until we see how a post-pandemic world, the missing middle, soft intensification, accessory units, age and neighborhood initiatives, and climate change unfolds over the coming years. And it avoids the myriad of issues with option number 2, allocating greenfield expansions to only some municipalities, and the land battles will likely ensue over land that won't even be needed for years. We urge you to recommend and support proposed option number 4. While not perfect, it is the simplest, most achievable, and most congruent option that best prepares everyone for a rapidly changing future while protecting our thriving countryside, creating dynamic, complete, sustainable, affordable communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if there's any questions.
Questions for Mr. Thomason? Councilor Redicott.
Under number 2, you talk about it will produce inequities among the municipalities. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, certainly. I think one of the things that Chairman Karen Sealing focused on for 34 plus years he was at the region was treating everyone equally and making sure that everyone got something. And so in previous regional official plans, there was always some growth for everyone. And it was spread out around. Not everyone got equal amounts, but at least there's something for everyone. Under this regional official plan, under option number 2, there are municipalities that get growth like Woolwich. In fact, Woolwich is getting almost half of all the growth for the entire region under option number 2, whereas other municipalities like City of Kitchener or Wilmot are completely left out and get 0 new greenfield expansion under option number 2. So it'd be the very first time that we'd be having some haves and some have-nots. They'll still have plenty of growth opportunities with other forms of intensification or that sort of thing. But for greenfield expansion, it would be the first time that some get it and others don't. And so I guess that's one of the advantages of our option number 4 is that everyone's treated equally on a level playing field.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, through you. You talk a little bit about why density on the periphery is not as good as intensification and population increase in the core. You talk about that being the case. Can you maybe expand on why that's the case?
Yeah, and that was the really strange thing. The community had so much hope for option number 3, particularly as we saw other communities like Hamilton choose no boundary expansion and no farmland loss, or even in Halton, where then again, they've decided to live sustainably with no farmland loss. There was a lot of hope within our community, particularly since Waterloo has some of the most thriving, dynamic, and most profitable farms in Canada, that we would do just as much to protect them. And the surprise with option number 3 was based on density, which, as I mentioned in my presentation, is really hard to measure and calculate. It's done over time and that sort of thing. And worse yet, that density is focused on DGA areas, or designated greenfield areas. So those are the lands that have been designated for development, but haven't been built yet. So by focusing so much growth, but almost all that growth on these tiny slices of land around the periphery of our communities, those areas that are on the furthest outreaches, the least likely to have arterial roads, or the least likely to be served by transit, really doesn't make sense to be targeting 65, 70, 75 people in drive per hectare way out in the periphery, when people actually expect that density closer to the core. And that's one real advantage with us focusing on intensification in option number 4 that spreads it out across the entire community. And really, that's where people expect the missing middle and expect these opportunities to find new accessory units or different affordability options or whatever. They're not expecting it out in the furthest, most distant reaches of the community. They're hoping that it's going to be in their neighborhood. And I think that's something we really need to be paying attention to, is we've got a lot of aging population that may need to change their housing type. The house they're in is too big, or they can no longer afford it, or that sort of thing, but don't necessarily want to leave their town or their neighborhood. And we need to make sure we're providing more housing choice throughout our entire communities for them, not just in specific places.
Thank you.
Councillor Merlihan, and then Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz. I have a couple questions. My first one is, and you could be kind of brief about it, but I know you've been kind of championing the number 4 option to other municipal councils. And I'm just wondering if you could just give us a brief update on the reception at the councils and with your discussion with regional staff on option 4.
Yeah, indeed. Option 4 is being very well received everywhere. In the end, it's kind of the simplest, most achievable option that's the most congruent to what we're doing already. Anyone who has seen the revitalization of the uptown cores of Waterloo or Kitchener is seeing what intensification is doing there. And it's what people are kind of expecting for the region moving forward. But what we need to acknowledge is that intensification isn't just for our cities. We were out in Wellesley Township last week presenting there, and they were very pleased to see their plans coming forward for 100 new units. They were proposing about 700 new units over the next 30 years in their township. But 100 of those units, they were very pleased, were going to be higher density units. They might just be semis or townhomes or some sort of small apartment complex or something, but something completely unlike the single greenfield attached that they've primarily built to date. And they were very excited about these 100 units. But then we pointed out, and you may hear more about this later on, when you look at the populations, the population in Wellesley, by 2051, there will be more than 3,000 people in their population over 70 or 80 years old by 2051. Now, some of those people might move away or might die before they reach 80, so maybe it won't be 3,000. But the idea that you're going to have 100 units suitable for 3,000 people showed that there was a significant shortfall. And in fact, their staff that was proposing option number 2 actually saw their council vote unanimously against number 2, simply because they were realizing that the future was going to be far different than what they were thinking. Between climate change and things like that, we just don't have 5 or 10% shifts happening anymore. We need to see 50% shifts or much more dramatic changes coming. And they realized that they perhaps needed more time to think about what their plan and the future is going to be like. And so anyways, it's one of those things where there's so many important things that we need to be taking into consideration. And that's one of the reasons why in my presentation earlier, I mentioned, there's a lot of information missing. Our number 4 isn't perfect. We haven't sat down and spent hours with your staff going over the intricacies or whatever. However, as we even heard just a few minutes ago, there's additional studies coming from the region. There are all kinds of folks in the community who have yet to be engaged. We haven't even seen a lot of media coverage on this. So how do we ensure we're having these wholesome conversations that we're going to need? Because in many ways, there's a lot of irrevocable decisions that could be made in just either tonight or within the next few weeks that perhaps we may need a more fulsome discussion on to actually really get right for the future.
Okay, so Wellesley is on board for number 4. What other municipalities have you spoken to? And if you could just be brief about it too, just
certainly. No. And I think what Wellesley decided is rather than supporting number 4 specifically, they would support the principles of number 4. And in fact, rather than getting back to the region with a 1, 2, 3, or 4, they would get back to the region with what are the principles that they would like to see in the regional official plan moving forward. Lots of engagement, consultation, taking into consideration needs of the existing populations and things like that. So I think the idea that they're focusing on, and we actually saw a similar thing in Kitchener as well, where then again, Kitchener looks like they might be leaning more towards focusing on principles and what constitutes good planning and what they would like to see in their community more than picking a specific option or a specific set of metrics.
Okay, just my last question then is, in you looking at what the region has presented as information and Woolwich, does this work for the townships or is it work for the cities? Is there?
Excellent question. And we're such an incredibly diverse community with unique needs in each community. I think that's where we really need to take our time and get it right and ensure that it is working in each community. Wilmot councillors are getting really excited about the idea of doing an intensification study to figure out just how many homes or people could we fit within the existing boundaries of New Hamburg and Baden. What could a new main street of Baden look like? Right now, there isn't much of a main street there. Could we create a street of first floor shops with walk-up apartments above it and some sort of seniors complex at the end of the street? And then one of their councillors was getting excited about a townhouse concept she'd seen down in Kitchener, where all the townhouses backed on a little courtyard, and how neat that would be to have everyone backed on a courtyard. And that then evolved into an idea of, could we challenge our entire community to bring forward the best ideas that they've seen around the world in their travels of things that they would like to see? Because too often when we're talking about intensification, we get the NIMBY, or the people saying not in my backyard. But the real secret of overturning the NIMBY into YIMBY to yes in my backyard is ensuring that what you're putting in is something that they can see themselves in. And when suddenly it's something that's appealing and attractive, and they can see that, oh, I'm going to outgrow my house in 5-10 years, or how am I going to live here when I can no longer drive? And you're now providing different options that might fit better in the future. Suddenly, a lot of the opposition to that changes and becomes support. So I think these are all things that we really need to be having discussions of, and really need to be looking at, what's our dream for our community in the years ahead?
Okay, so is this a city? A city report? Does this benefit cities more than townships is more or less the question?
Yeah, good question. I think in the end, it's up to us to ensure that it fits all of our communities and that we're all building towards the future that we want to see. And I would urge you to make sure there's a lot of your citizens' voice in your plan and a lot of the dreams and aspirations. And, I think one of the things that people need to understand is that the 60,000 plus people that Woolwich is projected to be by 2051 at the end of it is very incongruent with the mental concept that most people have of Woolwich, of this small rural township. You're building an entirely new city in Breslau, and I'm not quite sure if you've got a good enough plan for that city, because when I ask about it, no one can even show me where the train station is going to go that's going to be the whole center place of that community. So how can you tonight to decide to commit hundreds of acres of farmland to that and doom it to destruction forever when you don't even know what that community is going to look like and where the station's going to go and how you'd layer it out, because presumably you'd want more density and more walkability towards the core with maybe higher density and then lighter density and then maybe single family homes around that. But I think there's so much potential to design the future city of the dreams, build sustainability and climate change right into that, and really do some amazing things that will have people coming from around the world to see what's going on here, not wondering how it was built with such low density. So, I think really this is up to every municipality to craft the plan they need for the future.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here and move on to Councillor Shantz. We do have a lot of delegations to get through, so if you can keep your answers fairly concise. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you to the delegation, Mr. Thomason. Thank you for the report. Question I have is, we hear a lot about transit support supporting transit. And the problem I have with that is, well, out in the rural areas, it's hard to support transit in the first place. But secondly, as we develop our subdivisions, we develop them in such a way that we can't even get the buses down the streets. And I just wondered if you had a comment on that, how we can make this transit friendly. That's what we've been hearing a couple of times tonight from different delegations and staff.
Yeah, a really good question. And I think some of that comes down to even just the basic design. If you design a complete 15-minute walkable community, and this is while people might not like density, the advantage of density is things are really close. And so if you can design that community to be a 15-minute walkable community, you don't need transit, you don't need to go far, and maybe an e-bike or something like that, even an e-tricycle is all you're going to need to even go for the further trips or distances. And I think, as much as people talk about density being apartment buildings, we can't overlook even places in Toronto like Yonge and Lawrence or Eglinton and Bathurst or Bayview. They hit sometimes 100 people and jobs per hectare in neighborhoods that are still houses with a front yard and a backyard and big leafy green trees. Yeah, the front yard might be small enough that you have to choose whether you want it to be a parking spot or a postage stamp lawn. But on the other hand, they're not in apartments either. So I think there's a lot of ways to do density creative and really create some compelling walkable communities that help to expand the active transportation and other transportation options.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I don't see any other questions. I would just add that the majority of our communities, you can walk from one end to the other in 15 minutes. So I think we need to be careful with comparing to the big cities, but that's
don't underestimate how many things are already done right in a small town.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm going to move on to the next delegate because otherwise we're going to be here till midnight and nobody wants that. Thanks. Barbara Schumacher, 50 by 30 Waterloo Region. Which way do you pronounce it?
I say Schumacher. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the scenarios for the land needs assessment. I have lived in the township of Woolwich for 45 years, and I am also representing 50 by 30 Waterloo Region. On November 28th, 2020, a 2-hour visualization workshop was hosted by 50 by 30 and facilitated by the School of Architecture Bridge Student Group. Residents throughout the region were asked to imagine imperative changes to help us all move towards a more climate-friendly, socially just Waterloo Region. The pictorial results and the post-it notes captured the dreams of residents from our various municipalities. You can find this information on our website. Striking are the similarities in the features residents want in the communities where they live. Tree-lined streets, bicycle and walking trails, walking to farmers markets, butchers, bakers, and local crafters and repair shops. Intergenerational spaces to meet and socialize, parks, green roofs, solar panels and generators with wind, electrified public transit, increased density of housing with a variety of options, laneway, tiny houses, low rises, granny flats, Indigenous presence with cultural spaces, fewer personal vehicles. These dreams are not for some undetermined day in the future. The people who participated are well informed about the urgency. They recognize the climate emergency and the positive impacts that the solutions they offered will have on reducing greenhouse gas emissions locally, in our province, and across Canada. But individuals can only do so much. Policy decisions, funding incentives, and courageous leaders with the will to act are desperately needed. Outdated market demands, car-dependent suburban sprawl, incremental steps to transition away from fossil fuels are yesterday's strategies. If we continue to let these pressures frame our development, we have no hope. In fact, the most recent IPCC report, which came out in April, and it was focused on mitigation, it carries the grave warning that we are on a road to disaster. Global warming is happening because greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. In 1972, there were 325 parts per million carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In 1992, 360 parts per million. And today, 412 parts per million. This rate of increase forecasts a very low chance of meeting our Paris target of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And in fact, there are many scientists who fear this level will be breached within the next few years with catastrophic consequences, including rising sea levels, heat waves, and droughts. Evaluating how municipal growth will affect our climate is critical. Buildings and transportation are the two largest contributors to energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions in Waterloo Region. The decisions you make about how our land will be used, communities built and roads paved will have impacts for generations to come. Land needs assessment scenario options 1 and 2 extend development over valuable farmland. With global warming, weather extremes will challenge farmers and threaten food security. Scenario number 3 lacks ambition and urgency. We know the financial costs of climate breakdown will far exceed what it would cost today to seriously and urgently act on climate mitigation and adaptation interventions. So let's get going. Like elite athletes, we need to be single-minded, staying focused on our goal in every aspect of decision-making, using every tool in our science, economic, governance toolbox. We must dig in and get going on the adaptation and mitigation strategies laid out for our region in Transform WR. We must work together with an expectation of success because this is the legacy we want to leave for our children. Our vision for walkable, resilient communities with affordable, zero-emission housing that support the vulnerable and aging in our own neighborhoods and celebrate our cultural diversity and the wisdom of our Indigenous neighbors. Communities with abundant food grown on regional farms and good accessible public transport. Scenario option number 4, developed by our community members and which you've just heard about, is the option that 50 by 30 WR endorses. We encourage you to recommend this option for development of the Waterloo Region official plan for growth over the next 30 years. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Schumacher? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your delegation this evening. John Rose, Breslau Properties. Welcome, Mr. Rose.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to try and keep this relatively short out of respect for all the other people here who want to have a word on this, but Breslau Properties is whom I'm representing. And we certainly support the township's report, specifically dealing with the concept number 2 with respect to the community area land needs. As one of the fastest, if not the fastest growing area in Ontario, and if not Canada, Waterloo region has become the primary choice for many Ontarians, Canadians, and most importantly, new immigrants to come work and live. This region is and has been a destination for many, and has been for centuries. I know this because my family moved to this region from Toronto in the 1980s. The reason? Sure, it offered them employment, but more critically, it offered them an opportunity to live and purchase a house where they could continue to raise their family in the manner in which they wished. While they lived in a continuum of different residences throughout their life, as have I, they would not have moved here if homes were not affordable, nor if there was not sufficient choice that met their family's needs. Well, no one wants to see the needless paving of farmland. The reality is, without additional, and I say intelligence and well thought out growth, which includes various types of developments, including low rise, others may not move here. As a result, businesses may also determine that the employment market is too limited and labor too costly to sufficiently staff their needs. This ultimately will mean that they'll choose to move to other jurisdictions or even other countries, as people can no longer afford to live sufficiently close to the place of their place of employment. I'll stop for a moment and just say that I know of a number of young people who are leaving Canada because it is no longer an affordable place to live. I would like to live in the perfect world, but I live in the real world. And the real world means that economics dictate where we live and we don't live. I'd love to all sit around and talk about why that is, but that is what makes development. One of the counselors asked earlier, what drives growth? The ability to live and work drives growth. I do worry about the social and economic fabric of a society where the youth have little choice but to move away. I can speak to this as the origins of my family are from coastal communities on the East Coast. I have children coming of age to look at owning their first home. They already don't have near the affordable choices that I did when I was their age, one single generation behind. There's no question that limiting the supply of homes and choices will impact this region and township for generations. And I think I might also add in that point that living in the homes that they want to live in, this can't be a social re-engineering situation. I mean, the reality is demand is what demand is. If we build something that people don't demand, they won't live here. It is that simple. My parents would not have moved to the region. I would not have been able to contribute to this region as a result. In fact, I work for a family that has been in Waterloo region since the 1850s. The reason they came here is because they believed in a new life that they could do. I think of the immigrants coming to this township, or this region rather, and this township, if there are no opportunities for them to live in what they want to live in. As a resident of a rural township and having spent nearly a decade speaking to the residents, councils, and others within Woolwich, I believe I can speak for the delicate fabric of rural land growth and the need for a measured and balanced approach. I am certain anyone that has been to Woolwich recognizes that the various communities here are no longer made up primarily of tractors and family farms, as sad as that may be. I also suspect most people know that the rigorous environmental hydrogeology and planning that goes into adding additional lands for residential and commercial activities is long, it's expensive, and it's arduous. I know this as I have worked with many of the township and regional staff in bringing development land forward, specifically within Woolwich. That said, I can honestly state I'm comforted as a resident, as a Canadian, at the scrutiny of including lands for development, even if I'm not satisfied with how long it takes. In conclusion, we have no choice but to grow at some level, and I do call it intelligent growth, to continue to be a vibrant community. And I feel concept 2 is not also perfect. It is a measured and balanced approach to the community area land needs. And Breslau Properties Limited supports the township's report and their approach in principle. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I do see one. Councillor Merlehan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Rose. I guess as a developer, you look at what is developable land that's already approved, let's say for the next 5 years. So these ROPS work for 5-year periods. Do you see there being a problem, no lands being added in Breslau for this 5-year period? That you think that would stunt growth enough that it would turn, future immigrants, residents away, like you described at the beginning of your presentation?
Absolutely, unequivocally. I take a look at my parents. When my father decided, my mother decided to move to Kitchener at the time. If there was a limited availability of the houses that they could afford at that time, okay, or they couldn't get the house that they wanted for their family needs at that time, which frankly I think is the exact case right now within the region, they would not have moved here. And I think if they don't move into Woolwich, you don't have that opportunity to have that diverse socio-economic community. You get limited. I don't believe we can set the region as a gated community. And if we decide that there's going to be no more growth, isn't that what we're essentially saying? I mean, let's face it, immigrants will come to this country. If they can't move here, they'll move somewhere else, unless we decide to make Canada a gated community, which I don't think is going to happen. So yes, I absolutely agree that limiting growth in the next 5 years will have an impact. It may not have it today, but it will have an impact. And then ultimately these impacts are like throwing a stone in the pond. They reverberate out for many, many years to come. I hope I've answered your question.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you for your delegation today. Ryan Chin and Christian Lamana from the Madison Group, please. Welcome.
Hi there. Through you, Mayor Shantz. My name is Ryan Chin. I'm a manager of land development, accompanied by my colleague Christian Lamana with Madwest Breslau Limited, the owner of the lands identified as number 3 in the Breslau land options map in the staff report. I was wondering if I could share my screen quickly.
Go ahead.
So I just want to provide a little bit of context on the lands in question. So the lands identified as number 3 are actually split into 2 separate parcels. Parcel 1 is located south of Meadow Street, or what will be the future Ottawa Street extension. And parcel 2 is located north of Fountain Street and is surrounded by existing as well as future proposed employment lands. The 2 parcels of land are split by an environmental feature located right here, which is identified as a provincially significant wetland, as well as lands located right here that are proposed to be a future stormwater management pond that will facilitate the residential development of the designated greenfields lands located up here. Those lands are proposed to be low density residential community, and Madwest Breslau Limited is also the owner of those lands. We've read through the staff report, and we are in support of including the lands in the future settlement area. The lands are currently shown as being proposed for future employment uses. And we would like to request that council consider an alternative to maintain parcel number 2 for employment uses. However, designating parcel number 1 for community uses. So the purpose of our request, it's our opinion that parcel 1 is somewhat separated from the existing and proposed employment uses located south of that provincially significant wetland. We feel that if these lands are designated for commercial or community uses, that there's opportunity to propose a development that could provide a more transitional building typology. That could be in the form of a mixed use development. Further to that, a mixed use development, it would provide, much needed commercial community area lands for existing as well as future residents in the area. Having ground related commercial uses would also promote walkability within the neighborhood, encourage pedestrian oriented development, and reduce car dependency for the community. Finally, we'd like to thank town staff as well as council on all the hard work they've done on the land needs assessment, and both Christian and myself will be available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you. Can I ask you to stop screen sharing?
Yes.
Thanks. Thanks, that's better. Are there any questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Shantz, go ahead.
Thank you. Not intimately involved in the mapping here. Are these lands currently in the existing proposal, and you just want to change the designation, or?
Yeah.
Or
So in the staff report, they do recommend that the lands be included in the future settlement area. The entirety of both parcels of land are shown as future employment lands. Our recommendation would be to have parcel 2, which is the southern parcel, be retained as future employment lands, and then the northern parcel south of the Ottawa Street extension be designated for community areas.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted clarification there. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anything else? I don't see any. Okay, thank you very much for your delegation this evening.
Thank you.
Thomas McLaughlin, Thomas Field Homes. Welcome, Mr. McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Good evening, Mayor Shantz and members of council. My name is Tom McLaughlin. I'm the Vice President at Townsville Homes. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the staff report on the regional official plan comments regarding the lands needed assessment and the preliminary urban boundary adjustments. In general, we're in support of the staff recommendations. We own 2 properties. Specifically, we own a property at 2450 Victoria Street, which is in the northwest corner of Greenhouse Road and Victoria Highway 7. It's shown as parcel 1 in the township's mapping. This represents roughly 17 hectares of land, and the expansion of the urban boundary to this area is a logical extension and is directly north of our successful mixed-use, walkable, and densified community Hopewell Crossing subdivision. Again, it would be an efficient use of the existing infrastructure and services, as the water and sewer are just across the highway from the current site. We also have an interest in the Smart Centers property. And what's under consideration for the Smart Centers property would allow ourselves and our other partners to create a commercial focused mixed use community. I just want to note that this land is sorely needed. We right now are in a generational supply challenge, which is reflected in sky high prices in homes in the township. Unfortunately, the only way to fix this is more supply, especially when it comes to low rise housing. So in recognition of the current growth trends and the housing needs in the region of Waterloo, it is our opinion that option 2 is the most reflective of the housing tenure forms in the region, while allowing for moderate growth and reflecting a clear and desirable need for additional housing, including a diversity of housing types to address the ongoing housing crisis. The problem is, when you don't accommodate for growth, you're denying the Canadian dream for future Canadians and future generations. And as Mr. Rose so succinctly put, people will just move to where their dream can be accommodated. And we're seeing this right now with the net immigration outside of Ontario. We still believe that we still believe that ground-related dwellings, especially a single-family home, is the Canadian dream. And this is reflected in the market demand for single-family homes. I believe this is reflected in housing choices of most of council and most of the senior members of staff. and the presenting special interest groups. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. McLaughlin? Councillor Merlehan?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. McLaughlin. I understand throughout the industry that housing supplies aren't really going to be changed anytime soon because of supplies and having people actually build houses. Currently, are you maxing out, and I mean you as in Thomasfield Homes and maybe some other developments you have, are you maxing out the slow growth option that we've given you? I don't know if it's 100 or 75 homes a year. Are you maxing those out and finding that you just have so many people looking for those homes and that you need expanded housing? I'm just thinking the next 5 years, if let's say Woolwich said we didn't want to use any farmland, we didn't want to add any more to the mix at this point, you know, the current supply that you have, are you going to run out in 5 years?
No, we're not. We're well within the kind of cap. We have a building program, and the problem is when we sell that lot or that house, there's nothing to replace it. I mean, it doesn't exist. So a community like Hopewell Crossing will not exist. I mean, it'll be smaller kind of developments, but a community that can provide kind of a mixed use, complete community like that and that size and that scale, unfortunately, just will not exist on this side of Woolwich, save and except a couple other programs. So we try to kind of manage our supply. But for example, right now we're just bringing on phase 2. At that point, the township does review kind of the growth cap, and we were kind of within that growth scenario. So we are under the growth kind of cap of 75 units per year for kind of low rise single family homes. You know, we've got to balance kind of our kind of future and our supply chain, because, you know, the other problem is there's a huge trade shortage right now. So framers, kind of the skilled trades are just lacking because not enough young people have joined in that side. We're seeing it improve now, but, you know, it takes time to kind of work through that. So.
Sure. And from, I guess, your marketing, you've looked at what immigrants, new Canadians are looking for. And you're saying that they're all looking for like single family homes, the type of options that Thomasfield provides, or are they like, that's something I don't know anything about. I would think maybe something cheaper.
So during kind of up to kind of before they started changing the interest rates, we get about 10 phone calls a day at our office asking for, do you have single family homes in Breslau? Do you have single family homes in Kitchener-Waterloo? Yes, we do. And then we refer them on. And then maybe 1 out of that 10 would be for condos or townhouses. But the majority of new Canadians, especially the people we're selling homes to, are looking for kind of the single family home.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Next, we have Liviu Cananow of BLG Law Firm representing Adrian and Florica Rosu.
Mayor Shantz, counsel, thank you for your time this evening. As you mentioned, I'm legal counsel to Adrian and Florica Rosu. They're the registered owners of 1085 Worcester Place in Breslau. And that's identified as property number 23 on your land options list and mapping. And if you bear with me just for a minute, I'm going to share my screen just to run through some visuals with you. So you'll see that property 23 is bounded by Worcester Place on the east, by the Metrolinx rail corridor on the north, and it comprises approximately 13 hectares. Also, I'd note that Greenhouse Road, that the westerly boundary of the property is Greenhouse Road on this side here. Transitioning to an aerial of the subject property. You'll see that the property is currently improved with a fairly substantial, what I'd call estate residential home occupying the southeast corner of the property, right over here. And then there's some bush that occupies the southwest corner of the property. And then the north half of the property, which is the part of the property that's adjacent to the Metrolinx rail corridor, is currently empty. And so what we've noticed in reviewing your staff report is that the recommended boundary adjustment excludes this property from both community and employment land uses. And so what we'd be asking both council and staff to reconsider the exclusion of this property from the boundary adjustment that's being proposed. Specifically, we think that the highest and best use of this property, or at least the north half of the property that's currently not being used, is likely either residential or a mix of residential and commercial. By my estimate, the north half of the property is approximately 6 hectares or 15 acres. That's not an insubstantial amount of land. And I guess we're just having some trouble understanding why the exclusion of this property from the boundary adjustment simply propagates the orphaning of a parcel of land that's really not being used for its highest and best use, regardless of whether you view it as being residential, commercial, or employment lands. And I'd also remind you that the future Metrolinx GO train station may be located in through here. I don't know what is the latest and greatest in terms of GO expansion, station location design and plans. But I have seen some renderings that show the station to be located within 400 meters of the north part of this property, including the north part of this property or the property as a whole into the adjusted land framework for the township. I think is a win-win for everyone. And again, from our perspective, we understand that there's employment land uses that are creeping in through here and then also creeping from the south. But we believe that when you look at the footprint of the property and the fact that it's adjacent to all this open space to the south, that there's an opportunity to soften the employment uses that you're seeing creeping along the north as you transition your land use down towards these more sensitive or open space or green space uses. So the question is, why not include these lands now? And so when I look at staff's chart with respect to property 23, the comments that are made here don't really address why the property is a low priority, why a piece of land that's not currently being used for anything is not a priority for expansion. There are a number of issues that are raised in terms of access and utilities, also issues raised in connection with whether these lands are better for residential or employment use. But I think these are all questions that need to be worked through, but not necessarily a rationale for simply excluding lands that currently are not being used at all. Here's another visual showing the subject property here outlined in the white. You'll see that there's some employment lands that are creeping into the north, that there's some employment lands that are creeping into the west and to the south, and then certainly some residential lands over here. Again, keeping in mind that the Metrolinx GO train station may be coming in through here, and that the north half of this property is right there in very close proximity. I guess the final question that I'll maybe leave you with is, I was trying to reconstruct the 123 hectare number that's listed in staff's report in relation to community lands for Breslau. And I was having some difficulty getting to that number. And it may just be that I'm missing 1 or 2 parcels in doing the math, or maybe I'm just doing the math wrong, but it seems to me that the total lands that are allocated for community use currently appear to be under the 123. So I would just ask staff to go back and have a look at that, certainly including some or all of these lands into your community lands framework would help solve that problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll leave that with staff to communicate with you on that last question. Are there any, if you could stop screen sharing, so there, now I can see everyone. Questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much for your delegation this evening.
Thank you.
Mike Pupolo, Pupolo Inc. Welcome, Mr. Pupolo.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Let me share a screen with you. My name is Mike Pupolo, and I'm the owner of 51 to 55 Hawksville.
Before you get, we're not seeing the screen if you were expecting that we did.
Oh,
there we go.
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Perfect. My name is Mike Pupolo. I'm the owner of 51 to 55 Hawksville Road. For your wayfinding purposes, it's enclosed in red is our property. The property is northwest corner of St. Jacobs and bound by the train tracks and the countryside line. To the north is Hawksville Road. To the east is Chris Court. And to the south is the Conestoga River. For your information, we made several representations in meetings and in writing from back to early 2021 for the lands, including one more recently. I reviewed your report regarding the ROP comments and lands need assessment and preliminary boundary expansion for Woolwich. And I have some concerns with the conclusions of the report, and I cannot support this report in its current form. I'm deeply concerned that the demand for mix of housing forms in the next 30 years will not meet supply in St. Jacobs. As stated, this preliminary boundary adjustment only contemplates option 2 brought forth by the region of 176 net hectares for Woolwich Township, and you currently have 173 net hectares allocated. I would note that these calculations should take into consideration the further reduction of developable hectarage due to features on a particular site, be it wetlands not contemplated or other features that make a portion of the site undeveloped. In reading your report, you make no mention of balance in terms of allocation, and you do not adhere to your appropriate township housing mix statement in your report for St. Jacobs. The township of Woolwich received a lion's share of the allocation from the region, and the decision was made to recommend 0 hectares of developable community lands to St. Jacobs. As a developer of greenfield and infill properties, I know the complications for infill properties versus greenfield properties. There needs to be a balance between providing all intensification as it is currently contemplated in St. Jacobs in this report and some greenfield properties. It is inherently difficult to acquire and develop properties in a reasonable enough assembly, not to mention the number of heritage buildings in downtown St. Jacobs. It is for this reason you should provide some greenfield lands to even things out, as greenfield sites are easier to phase and develop, and there's a greater demand for ground-oriented housing, as is alluded to by a number of delegates. You state in your chart that you state in the chart of the report for 51 to 55 Hawksville Road that is not qualifying under 2 categories. You state it does not provide a logical extension of services and settlement. I have to strongly disagree with the statement. As you can see from the map here, there's an orphan parcel currently in the settlement area about 1 hectare above the floodplain. We are requesting approximately 4.2 hectares additionally to the settlement area so these lands can be properly developed. We are also less than 100 meters from existing servicing, which is denoted in purple. This also provides further ground-oriented housing, which is in high demand, similar to that on the adjacent Chris Court, among other types of housing forms, for example, townhouses and semis. You state there's no available servicing capacity. We have independently corresponded with 2 sets of engineers from Meritech and GM Blue Planet, and they have reviewed the region's wastewater monitoring report of 2021, and find there appears to be sufficient capacity to accommodate our lands. And as Mr. Vink has indicated, there is room for about 300 additional people in the current facilities. You completed sanitary and waterworks up to in Calvary Evangelical Church and Cemetery in 2020. My understanding was that the town of St. Jacobs was initially looking to redirect sanitary from St. Jacobs treatment plant to Waterloo by 2024 per the 2021 report. Now what I understand is being contemplated is an upgrade to the existing plant. And I would just ask this of the staff through the chair, will this not accommodate additional growth in St. Jacobs? You also stated in the chart that these lands are long terms in terms of servicing. And I believe our lands are short term given the reasons above. I would like these changes to be reflected accordingly. From a practical perspective, I reviewed the allocation of Breslaw, and the same concerns arise that you mentioned for lands with a few large landowners, namely servicing constraints and logical extension of settlement area. There are lands currently contemplated that are around 20 to 30-year lands that require other lands to be developed before they can go ahead. Furthermore, capacity is not as big of an issue as location of services, and a few of those properties would need creative solutions to get servicing up to their lands. A more logical extension to settlement area boundary would be to allocate 19.1 hectares in St. Jacobs, as denoted in blue, and our lands in red, to the railway tracks and countryside line, as it forms a logical boundary for expansion. That would encompass several landowners as the servicing capacity and services are nearby and do not rely on other developments to occur. I understand that most, if not all, the owners would like to develop their lands in short order. These include Mike Gillies, who serves as a delegate for these lands, Stuart Martin, and other smaller parcels. In closing, I'm requesting that 4.2 hectares, as noted here, within 5155 Hawksville Road, be included in the settlement boundary for St. Jacobs for the following reason. One, there's currently an orphan parcel in the settlement area of the land, on our lands, and it does not currently have frontage on Hawksville Road, so it cannot be properly developed. Two, we can develop a property to house an additional 75 to 100 units for a mixture of housing forms to the community in the community. Three, minimize the loss of agricultural land. As indicated in the hatch area, there's approximately 1.3 hectares of land currently being farmed that is not within the settlement boundary. Four, it forms a logical extension of St. Jacobs towards the countryside line. Five, it is near downtown, also near the roundabout at Highway 85. So from a traffic and walkability perspective, it is ideal. Six, I'm almost done. The servicing is less than 100 meters away. Seven, as my understanding, there's sufficient capacity for growth in the next few years, and it's my understanding that Township of Woolwich has already contemplated either upgrading the current sanitary facility or relocating the flow to Waterloo. And eighth, we're in a housing crisis, and a priority should be given to those lands that are requesting and want and can develop in the short term. I thank you for your time and welcome any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? If you can stop screen sharing, then I can see council. Thanks. Any questions for Mr. Pupolo? Councillor Merlehan, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mayor Shantz, it's not for Mr. Pupolo, but I'm wondering, Mr. Pupolo talked about the region upgrading water and wastewater services in St. Jacobs, and that's the first time I've heard that. And I'm just wondering if staff or regional staff are on the line that they could speak to that part of his presentation.
Sure. Mr. Vink or Mr. Regier, if you're still there, could one of you speak to that? Jeremy, go ahead.
Yes, I can advise what the region has told us is they're going to be doing some works in St. Jacobs that would only accommodate additional 300 people to the community above and beyond what's already within the settlement that they think can be allocated. So that's to take to 2051. So the region is saying basically there's not much room for growth in St. Jacobs at this time.
Okay, so I understood that they had already been able to accommodate. So right now, is there no accommodation for additional growth if they don't do upgrades on that?
The region could accommodate growth within the existing settlement boundary right now. That's it. So only 300 more units above and beyond that is a maximum, is what they're anticipating.
Okay, and the timeline on that?
I'm not 100% sure on the timeline, but I think the works are going to be in the next few years.
Okay, thank you.
I think 2024 sticks in my mind, but those dates are sometimes moving targets. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pupolo.
Thank you.
Kevin Eby.
Thank you very much. I also have a screen to share. My name is Kevin Eby. I'm a former regional planner, and I actually managed this process the last time the region undertook it in the late 2000s. And we're at a point in time where we really need to step back and think about where we're going. Some context, things are changing really quickly, and as a result, planning for the future is not easy. The one thing we do know is you can't look backwards anymore and extrapolate forward like we've done for the last 40 years, because the future is clearly not the past. I'll give you some quick examples. This is the percentage of single detached units as a percentage of overall construction starting in 2002 down to 2021. At no point was there less than 7,500 approved single detached vacant, registered, or draft approved lots during this entire time period. This is the market changing. Intensification has gone up dramatically during the last 15 years. And again, the regional official policy plan that was in effect until 2015 only required 5% intensification. Accessory units, we're moving along. In 2012, they represented about 3% of the units built. By 2021, accessory units are 9% of over 6,000 units built. And in the last 2 years alone, 2020 and 2021, building permits were issued for 29% of all of the accessory units anticipated in the forecast for the next 32 years. So the market is well out in front of the changes that we're proposing or are being proposed. Another example is seniors. The pre-boomers generally aged in place, which meant they stayed in the house they were in when they retired until, for health reasons, they had to leave their house. And most forecasts assume that'll take place, but recent research in the region of Waterloo has shown the first 25% of baby boomers actually sold their singles at a rate approximately 65% higher in the years immediately before and immediately after retirement than the generation before. And all this comes together and you see it play out in the forecasting. So what you see on the chart here is the percentage of single detached units in orange that was forecast by the development interests in the 2012 Ontario Municipal Board hearing. Approximately 64% singles is what they said was required to 2031 to meet market demand, and yet the market is considerably different, and that's the blue line. We're facing some really key challenges: climate change, housing for seniors, housing affordability, and loss of agricultural lands are all key things that we have to address now. And again, in the region today, taking a look, we've only had 17,055 units built in the greenfield areas over the past decade. As of mid-year 2021, there were 20,858 vacant registered draft approved units and plans of subdivision. There was also over 15,000 units in pending plans. So we're already locked in by these approvals to more of the same that we've experienced the last 10 years in the next 10 years. There's virtually nothing we can do to change that. Seniors are a huge issue, and we need to really step back and think about this. If you look in 2016, 88% of all of the single detached units in the region of Waterloo were owned by people who will be over 70 years of age in 2051. 68% were owned by people who will be over 80. And that represents almost 100,000 will be over 70, and 77,500 will be over 80 in 2051. And to give you some context how big these numbers are, we've only built 18,000, just over 18,000 singles in the last 15 years combined. In Woolwich today, there's, according to the 2021 census, there's 9,360 dwelling units. 84% of them are singles. And that's not, really all that surprising. Well, it is surprising, but given you're a farm community, a lot of the farm dwellings would certainly up the percentage of singles. But 53% of those dwelling units only have 1 or 2 occupants in them. And almost 1 in 5 only have a single occupant. And that's the aging baby boomers turning into empty nesters. And in fact, when you look at your demographic profile, today you have about 1,205 residents over 80 years of age. There's going to be, an additional 8,555 of the current residents will age to beyond 80 by 2051. Some will die, some will move away to other places, but those are huge numbers. And it represents a phenomenal need for seniors housing that really isn't built anywhere into the LNAs. Oops, sorry. Conclusions, we're facing huge challenges and we need to start to change now. We're already tied in for the next 10 years in Greenfield. We can't change that. So everything else we've really got to take a look at it. We need to plan in ways that help mitigate climate change. We need to address the needs of our aging population. We need to identify or intensify the current urban areas to create affordable housing and better utilize existing services. And we need to stop expanding urban boundaries based on more of the same. We already know that doesn't work. Woolwich, you need to do some work on intensification to educate the current residents about the need for it and to identify intensification opportunities. You need to focus on the delivery of seniors housing. You need to start encouraging, facilitating accessory units to meet the needs of the community and diversify housing types. And you need to rethink the intensification and DGA density targets. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to present, and I'm here to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Are there any questions? Councillor Merlihan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to Mr. Eby. I liked your presentation about some of the things that we have coming down the pipe regarding seniors housing and that kind of a thing. Now, right now in Woolwich Township, we have a number of developments that actually have spaces for intense density apartment buildings and things that developers don't really want to build. And I'm not sure why, except that they just don't really want to have apartment buildings. Seeing as you've been in the planning business for so long, what are some things that Woolwich Township could do to encourage that the lands that they could start building like tomorrow? It's already approved. It's been approved for years and years and years. How could we get a developer to start making those properties and units available for seniors or additional different housing types?
I think there's a number of things. First off, it's important to, and it sounds like you've done some of it, get in, do the studies, determine which land, is available for that, pre-zone it so it's easy to develop from a developer standpoint. You've got to make sure that you get into the community and really work with the community to accept a different form of housing. This is not easy, but you have a community that's growing old that if they want to live in Elmira or St. Jacobs, as they age out of their existing single, they're going to have to accept these types of units. And so it's a matter of doing that. The other thing that we worked really hard on at the region when we really pushed intensification was working to educate the development industry. They're very fixated on the existing businesses that they've run for 20 and 30 years. And that hasn't included a lot of this type of unit. And yet we're facing, like literally, they call it a gray tsunami. And there is such an opportunity. And that opportunity, without extending this answer too far, plays out in a couple ways. If we can create seniors housing that attracts seniors out of their singles, we also free up a single for a young family. And that becomes really important. We don't need to expand to accommodate young families. What we need to do is supply housing for seniors that in fact draws them out of their existing singles, not through social engineering, but you know, to do it. And seniors housing is the perfect intensification project. It really is. So I don't know whether that fully answers your question, but I can tell you it's not easy. Absolutely. But once it starts, once the market begins to realize there's a market there, we'll all be successful.
Well, I was hoping you had some, you know, magic sauce that you could give us to make that happen. I know probably everybody on council knows countless seniors that have left our community in Elmira and had to go live in Waterloo, not by choice. And I'd like to see opportunities for them to stay in town. And it just, it's frustrating that, you know, since 2014, since I've been on council there, you know, we haven't really made too many headways since there. So it's frustrating.
And just a quick response to that, I think one of the big things is working with your community to get them to understand the need for it. So many developers are afraid of going into a small community and facing massive uprising from the population. And we're facing that all over Ontario right now. And what we're realizing more and more is we've got to get into the communities and get them to understand you're aging. It's you that we need to supply housing for. You may not need it in the next 5 years, but you may need it in the next 10 or 15. So we got to get started. And that'll start to drive the development industry once we, as councils, become accommodating, and as the public, we become accommodating.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Schatz.
Thank you through you to Mr. Eby. A couple of questions, and you maybe answered the one question already, is the NIMBY question, and getting people actually buying into it in areas that are already developed. And the second question I have is, we've been doing some senior housing, quote unquote, in Breslau, an apartment building there, but we weren't allowed to market it as senior housing because of the new rules and regulations. And how do you get around that? Because that's what it was intended for, but yet you can't market it as that.
You know, it's interesting. I guess you can't call seniors. I'm not sure quite why that's insulting, but you market it as the nature of the amenities that are being provided to some extent. Seniors housing now needs to be delivered in a long continuum. You know, the person who's in a single now with a 20+ year retirement may very well go into a townhouse first, and then may go into an apartment type unit where they don't need any help, and then may go into one where there's actually nursing care or medical care that's available, not required, but available. And then you get into the provision of meals as the next one, long before you actually get into a retirement home. And so people can jump into the various slots, and it's that type of marketing that here's what we're providing for you. And the other thing is seniors housing, we don't need to bring them all together in seniors only housing. if we can get multiples where that type of delivery or those types of services are available to part of the building, that helps to keep them integrated in the community, which is really important as we all age, because we're all going to need help. The one thing we can tell you as planners, and had a lot of discussions about this, the government doesn't have enough money to take care of and provide all of the services that seniors are going to need, as well as build highways, as well as do everything else that is needed. We're going to have to help each other. And that's just, that's just the way it's going to be. And so bringing people together in the right type of units, marketed, as units where you can have medical help available to you if you need it, that's what's going to draw people. And there's a market coming. I can tell you, there's a market coming. They're huge numbers that we're talking about.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. So thank you for your delegation, Ms. Beebe. Peter Smith, Boostfields Inc. and Cook Lands Group. Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Peter Smith. I'm a land use planner and a partner with Boustfields, and I retained by Cook Lands Group with respect to this matter. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to address you this evening. So I'm hopefully getting the image up on the screen. Hopefully everybody can see that. So this is the property in question. It's labeled as number 7 in the staff report, and we've been participating throughout the urban area boundary expansion process since 2010, filed submissions with both regional staff and with township staff with respect to these lands. So what I think this slide shows is that these are really strategically located lands that are ideally suited for employment uses. Part of that is the location immediately adjacent to the Conestoga Parkway and King Street interchange. Part of it is the adjacency to the Stockyards urban area to the west. It's immediately north in that dark blue color of a provincially significant employment zone, which is PSEZ number 24 in the city of Waterloo. And as you can see from this slide, that's an employment zone that is almost fully built out at this point. And the final point, which is important, I think, is that it's a site that is a defined area, defined by the adjacent roads, but also defined to the north by the Conestoga Creek, which divides it from the broader expanse of agricultural lands to the north. And so for all of those reasons, it's my opinion that this would be a logical expansion of the urban boundary, and particularly so given the proposal to use it for employment land purposes. As Jeremy's report notes, there's a need for 306 hectares of employment lands based on the recommendations for concept 2 and the 15% intensification. And the subject lands would clearly help to address that need. The major issue that's come up, and it is a major issue, is the countryside line, which is shown there in that pinky purple color. However, given what I've just gone through in terms of the surrounding land uses, does the countryside line in its current location make sense? It is what it is. There's history associated with it, to be sure. But in my opinion, as a boundary, as a long-term urban boundary, it does not make sense. And I just wanted to then quickly turn to the evaluation. And so hopefully this comes up. It's probably very small in everybody's screen, but in yellow, I've just highlighted the comments of staff with respect to the evaluation of the parcel number 7 in attachment number 3. What it says is it's rated as a low priority, but it does note that it may be considered a higher priority if the lands were to accommodate a major employer, generating significant job creation. So that's something that we're certainly looking at. We think the lands are in fact well suited to attract a major employer in the short term. In terms of the evaluation, as you can see going across there, there is the 1X, which is of course the matter that I've touched on, which is that the lands are outside the countryside line, and I've already addressed that. The others are all shown as question marks. One of them, appropriate land use, I'm not quite sure what the issue would be with an employment use in this location, particularly given the surroundings that I've just reviewed with you. The other three really relate to servicing. And because these lands are immediately north of the provincially significant employment zone, there are services available within that area that can be extended ultimately to serve these lands. Certainly if staff require additional information, that's something that we would be pleased to work with them on. So in conclusion, first of all, want to say that we certainly support items number 1 and 2 of the staff recommendation, which is the concept 2, as well as the lower intensification rate for employment uses. In terms of the locational aspects of it, we want to continue to work with staff to advance these lands for employment purposes as part of the next round of work on the urban area boundary expansion exercise. So with that, I'd like to thank you again for your time. Be happy to answer any questions, and I will try to figure out how not to share anymore. There must be a way to do that. Thank you again.
Thank you for your presentation. In the interest of transparency, we own property across Bridge Street, and so if there are any questions, I'll turn the chair over to one of the other councillors. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your delegation.
Thank you again.
Mark Reeser, Waterloo Federation of Agriculture. Welcome, Mr. Reeser.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Reeser, and I farm in Wilmot Township near New Dundee. I am presenting today in my capacity as Vice President of the Waterloo Federation of Agriculture. And I'm here today to bring both an agricultural and a rural perspective to the discussion about options for our preferred growth scenario, and to also encourage you, both elected and staff, to continue to plan well, protect what is good, and set an example for the rest of Ontario. We live in a very special place here in Waterloo Region. It is arguably the most innovative, dynamic, and prosperous urban community in Ontario, if not all of Canada. At the same time, surrounding this urban footprint is one of the most fertile, productive, and prosperous agricultural communities in Ontario. It has been identified in the latest census as having the second highest income per acre and the second highest income per farm of any county in the province. And if one eliminated the greenhouse communities in Chatham, Kent, we would be number 1, and that makes us special and unique. A culture of good planning, concepts like the countryside line, the protected countryside designation, environmentally sensitive landscapes, a commitment to public transportation, an innovative official plan, and densities that surpass provincial targets all contribute to the region's success. Our planning regime and culture is responsible for our unique position as a leader in Ontario, and our municipal comprehensive review with our own land needs assessment and the resulting official plan must again be a template for good planning, farmland protection, and prosperity in municipalities across the province. Mr. Thomason earlier outlined a new growth scenario called option number 4. I'm sure you've all seen it, that requires no new additional farmland or greenfield and thus is truly sustainable. It recognizes and accommodates the need to provide a choice in housing type in the context of livable, complete communities. It conforms with the provincial government's requirements for the necessary land to facilitate growth, while at the same time, it protects our farmland and the environment. In the 4 years since the last census, the loss of farmland in Ontario has risen from 175 acres per day to 319 acres per day, or 116,000 acres annually. That is quite simply not sustainable. If society is increasingly reliant on photosynthesis for both food and energy needs, the preservation of agricultural land and soil health is essential. We have a long history of visionary planning here in Waterloo, and I've used this example before, and I'll use it again. If the cities of Waterloo, Kitchener, and Cambridge had the same urban densities as American cities like Atlanta, Dallas, or Orlando, our urban footprint here in Waterloo would encompass all of North Dumfries Township, all of Wilmot, all of Wellesley, all of Woolwich, and an additional 2 townships in addition. There would be no farmland left in Waterloo region. So we've done a good job in the past. We have saved farmland and built compact cities, but we still need to do better. Good planning with increased urban densities and further intensification protects farmland. Decreased or static targets, as proposed in options 1, 2, and 3, jeopardize our historical success in balancing the need for housing and food production. Please don't be seduced, intimidated, or coerced by those who say we have no choice but to sprawl. We do have a choice. There is always a choice, and we need to choose wisely. There is no rush to reach a decision, and there is no deadline that can't be extended. Let's slow down this process. Think things through, consider other options, such as option number 4, and consult further with the public as to what they want Waterloo Region, and in particular, Woolwich Township to look like in the future for both themselves and their children. We are essentially at a fork in the road, at a crossroads. Do we backtrack and give in to those who think that the answer to housing needs is sprawl? Or do we continue our visionary planning process that protects rural lands for agriculture, local food, groundwater recharge, and habitat for biodiversity? A process that respects people's different housing needs, promotes livable, complete communities, ensures affordability, and is truly sustainable. Philosophically, we're selling a vision that protects farmland and the landscape, addresses the need to provide housing for all, including aging baby boomers such as myself, respects the implications of our changing climate, and provides a practical, attainable, flexible, and affordable alternative to the status quo. This vision could be the basis for a new and improved regional growth management strategy. Accept the vision, and you arrive at a goal of net zero for a need for a bigger residential urban footprint. Only growth option 4 has the potential to fulfill the vision required to guide us responsibly and sustainably into the future. It's based on several very simple principles. An intensification rate of about 68%. We already do that. A density of 60 people and jobs per hectare. We're nearly there already. And total conformity to the province's formula for LNAs. Please give this option due consideration and join us in advancing the vision. In conclusion, thank you all for what you do. Be courageous as you make tough and difficult choices. Be bold and be visionary. Don't be afraid to innovate. Never stop speaking forcefully and eloquently to those with resources and those in power. And remember, finally, there is only one landscape, and that people, the natural environment, and agriculture all have to share it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Reeser? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you.
Sandra Bray, Apt Environment.
Good evening. Here I am.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shantz, Councillors Martin, Shantz, Redicop, McMillan, Merlehan, and good evening, staff. I come to you as an Elmira downtown resident and also as co-founder and board member of the 35-year-old Apt Environment. Apt, Assuring Protection for Tomorrow's Environment. As an aside, I support Mr. Eby's insightful understanding of the upcoming housing market shifts. Now let me carry on. Looking at the staff report preference for option number 2, I found my mind going in a different direction where we consider what we give up in terms of possible development or to possible development, not what development we might get. There's a difference in the word giving up and get. I was relieved to hear about additional studies from the region to come regarding climate change and emission reductions, because from where I sit, these are the 2 largest factors that will influence human mobility and relocation over the upcoming 3 decades. So, according to soil scientist David Burton from Dalhousie, the soils of Southern Ontario have taken 10,000 years to develop. These are irreplaceable agricultural soils that are in the top 3% of the world's soils. We don't speak of this very often, but we're surrounded by a global treasure. Here's my main concern. It seems unreasonable that these acres of treasure are being considered as housing and employment lands, with no priority given to them as essential food producing lands. In the phrase food, shelter, and warmth, food comes first for a reason. So why is the issue of food production not even named in any of these options? Given our changing climate, we know that crop yields can shrink in a flash. 5 days of excessive heat wiped out thousands of acres of crops, shriveled them in France last month. We know that continents are drying out and North America is no exception. The 22-year drought now reaching the southern prairies actually has a name. It's called the North American mega drought. If you search it up on Google, you'll get almost 4 million hits. Food insecurity is growing here in Canada too. According to Agriculture Canada, last year's prairie crops were all down due to drought conditions. Canadian wheat down 34.8% last year over the year before. Canola at its lowest level since 2012. Barley down 27%, oats down 20%, peas down 43%, lentils down 31%. According to Ag Canada, more than 45% of the country was considered abnormally dry or in moderate to exceptional drought condition in 2021, which includes nearly 80% of the national agricultural landscape. Last year was a bad year. Regional farmers here, our regional farmers, were shipping hay to Manitoba farmers to feed their starving livestock. It's hard to imagine the desperation they must have felt. The same was true in Sweden in 2018 when farmers had to send their animals to slaughter because they had no hay left to feed them. Herd genetics weakened or lost. So what are we playing at? That's what I keep thinking. Developing those hundreds of acres of farmland would mean scraping off 10,000-year-old biologically active topsoil that currently feeds us, sequesters emissions, and absorbs tons of rainwater. There's no one coming to save us. Housing and employment are inconsequential if we cannot reliably feed ourselves and the anticipated 300,000 plus newcomers arriving over the next couple of decades. Woolwich Township, we surrendered one life-giving eco-resource to progress already. And I think we should fight tooth and nail, and I don't really know what that expression means, but it fits, to ensure we do not deliberately and knowingly sacrifice world-class food producing agricultural land. Tonight, I cannot support option 2, although I really like to support our staff. But I would like to see the opportunity for community-generated option number 4 to move forward. And I do look forward to the upcoming regional reports regarding climate change and emission reductions. Those will make a difference. Thanks for listening, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bray. Any questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for your delegation.
You're welcome.
Good night. Randy Clarkson.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. I only had a couple of things to say before I started this, but it seems like the long nights brought a couple of things to my attention. Earlier on, one of the counselors had mentioned about the what's driving the growth. I'd like to just point out a couple of things that I'm aware of. Our federal government has opened up the doors to allow 1.5 million people, new immigrants, in over the next 3 years. They have to live somewhere. The Ontario government has initiated the Homes for Everyone Act in 2022. The Minister of Housing and the Premier have called the housing situation in the province a crisis. So I guess what I'm saying is that what's driving this is need. Waterloo region is not going to be able to avoid the number of people. I'll look at the world itself. There's been 2.5 billion people added to the population of the world over the last 20 years. That brings us to 7.8. It was only 6 billion in the year 2000. It's now 2020 and it's 7.8. So I guess I'm wondering where these people are going to live. We talk about climate change. I agree there's climate change. I talked to a friend the other day. He said it was almost 50 degrees in India that day. Those people will be moving where they can find it cooler. One of the places is Canada. So we can't know for sure how much migration we're going to see over the next several years. So I'm not sure how accurate we're going to be. Obviously, if people somehow have a crystal ball and can say how many people are going to come to Waterloo region, it's really going to come into how much housing there is, but they're going to come somewhere. And that's the concern I have. Now, I know we have to feed those people and we need our agricultural land. And I believe in filling in the donut, as the words that are being said in this report. So I'm from Maryhill. I was a little concerned. I never heard Maryhill or Bloomingdale in Mr. Vink's presentation. I know there's a couple of holes there. There's an area that was right behind my house that's owned by some people that have the nursing home there. That property has to have a lot of work before it'll ever be buildable. And there's also a property at Sunset Hills Estates. There's an area on the west end that seems to be odd. They haven't allowed it to be finished, even though all the services are there. There's sidewalks, but that property apparently is not fit to be, and it's not farmed. So it's orphan land just sitting there. not being used, and I think it should be used. That's an area that could be used and be helpful to put some houses up there. My concern over the density, high density housing, I have a neighbor, he's a Chinese immigrant. He moved here to this area because he could have a house. China was all high density, and he said that nobody likes it. So people are migrating here for that reason. So I don't know that that's going to have an influence on anything you folks decide. I just wanted to let you know what I thought. And I appreciate the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Are there any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for speaking this evening.
Thank you.
Sasha Filipovic, Sunset Hills Estate.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Sasha. I am speaking on behalf of Sunset Hills Estates regarding the Sunset Hills Crescent additional land requested to be added into the new Mary Hill settlement boundary recommendation under a new ROP review. The subject land is indicated as number 28 on a Mary Hill map. In my opinion, the description of the subject land is not clearly presented by the planning department, and it does not give the clear picture to the council to be able to make a right decision on it. And page 9 of the planning report indicates the criteria for the land that should be included in our recommendation. This subject land meets most of the criteria, and it meets more requirements than some lands that did get the planning support, but it was still excluded from the recommendation. This parcel of approximately 2 acres, contrary to the description in attachment 2, page 35 of the planning report, has all the services, not just water. It has services such as natural gas, phone, TV, internet, underground storm service, septic service studies that were completed, and the land supports the septic systems to be implemented for the construction of the homes on this land. In addition, it also has complete infrastructure such as roads, sidewalk, lighting, fire suppression storage facility, parkland, and it is suitable for the construction of 4 single-family residences. Recommending the subject land for residential use will not impact the surrounding agricultural lands, as this parcel has not been farmed for the last 12 years. And the agricultural land adjacent to the subject land, that's also owned by me, the applicant, was deemed undersized by the township to be considered as a farmland when we developed the initial subdivision. Sunset Hills is currently considering the application for a single-family residence to be built on the remnants agricultural land that is adjacent to this subject land. Because the farmer may not renew the lease due to the rising costs, and the land may not be feasible to grow crops on it in the future, which makes residential appropriate for this little piece of land to be, as it's not getting farmed and it will never get farmed. In addition, there is over 400 linear feet of sidewalk and boulevard along this piece of land that is currently responsibility of the township to maintain. During summer, residents are complaining because the grass is too long and it's not getting cut in time. Last winter, we had numerous complaints about the snow not getting cleaned. Our staff member from your office, Mr. Andrew Robb, is very well aware of the snow issues and not cleaning the sidewalk. This can create a major liability for township if somebody gets injured due to the lack of maintenance and snow removal. in my opinion, this alone should be enough to make this a priority to recommend this piece of land be added into a Mary Hill settlement boundary. Because by recommending this to the region, you will remove the liability of the township and put it onto the new resident owners, which makes it a logical expansion of the settlement. And the last thing, but not least, including this parcel into the recommendation is perfect as it does round up a subdivision and it fills that little gap that it's left behind and utilizes the infrastructure that it's already in place, eliminates the open road section with otherwise needless sidewalk, which nobody uses at this time. At the initial subdivision development, we were pretty much forced to install this sidewalk as a condition to develop the subdivision. And now nobody's using it. And not adding these 4 lots to utilize that sidewalk, in my eyes, it's a big mistake. So to sum this presentation regarding this little piece of land, we do have all the services, complete infrastructure is in place, at no expense or any risk to the township. It is appropriate land use because it's not impacting the agricultural land and it's not used as an agricultural land. It is shovel ready for construction. It is a logical minor expansion of the settlement because it's only approximately 2 acres. It's not a big chunk of land that will take away from the developing the Bresla and the major areas. It removes the maintenance and possible legal expenses and liabilities from the township and puts them on new owners. And in addition to all of this, it will generate approximately $40,000 annually for the township. With ROP asking, with this, I'll be asking the council and the staff to reconsider their proposal and add this piece of land as a part of recommendation to the new ROP. Thank you, and if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Filipovic? Got it. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Through you to the delegate. I'm not going to try the name. I'm looking at the map that we were supplied, and you're talking about parcel number 28, I believe. What is happening around that parcel? Is that land not being farmed around the parcel now?
The land around the parcel is being farmed right now with limited farming because there is a section that is deemed as protected land. And also there's a big bushland at the top that it's also protected farmland.
Okay.
There's also protected land under the Grand River Conservation, sorry. So yes, around it, there is a part that is getting farmed. Not from all the sides, actually on the north side of it is getting farmed because across the street is the subdivision.
Right, yeah, because I think somebody referred to filling in the donut, and this looks like it's outside. It's putting a little bit of a topping on the donut. By the looks of the map here, it seems to be outside the area. So I was just wondering if they were farming around that. So that's all the questions I have. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation this evening. Next, we have Mike Gillies of Gillies, Freedy and Martin. Mr. Gillies, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Shantz and councillors. I am going to share my screen. Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
You've seen this map already tonight or something similar. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself, Richard Freedy and Stuart Martin to request to council inclusion of our lands into the St. Jacobs settlement boundary. The lands are approximately 13.5 hectares, which includes a 9.7 hectare parcel here known as 52 Hawksville Road, and then also approximately 3.5 hectares of a larger parcel of developable lands just north of that parcel. This land also includes 0.9 hectares of lands that were added in 2020 through the rationalization process, and are also connected with this residential property of 0.95 hectares, which is within the St. Jacobs settlement boundary. The lands are all entirely within the countryside line, and they are appropriately defined by Hawksville Road, by the railway tracks, which is the countryside line on the west, the woodlot to the north, and the Calvary United Church property to the east. And the church property does have a developable parcel or area north of the church that would also benefit from development of lands to the west. We are currently in a development design process for these lands. We have been through the pre-consultation process with the township and the region. And these lands are targeted for seniors housing. As a local resident, I do know that there is a high need for seniors housing. I know residents in the community want to live their entire life in the community, and we want to give them an opportunity to do that. With respect to the report from staff, though, we feel that the recommendation for allotting 0 lands for St. Jacobs does not serve the community or the employers well. At the completion of the Valley View subdivision at the south end, there will be no inventory of land for future anticipated housing needs. So these lands at Hawksville on both the south and the north side of Hawksville Road are the natural appropriate source of lands. These lands have been earmarked by the region for future development for about 25 years. We've been in contact with the township for at least 10 to 15 years, including the rationalization process that we completed in 2020. One of the goals of the region is to create complete communities. And I've been to council before, and I've said this before, St. Jacobs has a very healthy, high ratio of jobs to people, higher than most communities, in large part to large employers like Home Hardware. Good companies that want to grow and want to prosper need good people to live nearby to work for them. And we need to provide a good quality mix and variety of housing to accommodate employers and to make our communities complete. If we don't have available lands, a sufficient supply of available lands, these people, they move away. They commute up to 45 minutes an hour, and we see it now. People driving west, driving north to smaller communities that are encouraging growth, and they commute. And I don't think that really was the intent of complete communities and countryside lines. So why don't we make communities complete and properly balance jobs and people? And as someone said before, employers do move where the people are. I have clients, large industrial clients, who are moving to smaller towns outside of the region because there's a good supply of workers there who are living in new subdivisions at an affordable price. The other thing I'm not, or I'm confused on is the sewage capacity. The current regional wastewater master plan suggests that the sewage from St. Jacobs will be piped to Waterloo in 2024. Or if there are upgrades to the sewage plant, I can see that there's options. This is a 20 or 30-year process. Surely over the course of time, we are going to have lots of opportunities to increase sewage capacity. And I don't see, or maybe this is a question to staff, are opportunities in Breslau, have they figured out all the servicing for Breslau? I'd like to know how that compares. So anyways, thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Gillies? Oh, seeing none. Thanks for presenting tonight.
Thank you.
Mike McLean, Fieldgate Developments.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just going to, I said I wasn't going to share, but I think it might be helpful just to share a little bit of information here. Oh, beg your pardon. I guess get set up. Working remotely at my parents' this evening, and it's not working out for me. Anyways, I will proceed without that. Now I'm having trouble. I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor Chance and honorable members of council. My name is Michael McLean. I'm the Vice President of Fieldgate Developments. Fieldgate was founded in 1957 and has built a thriving, vertically integrated building and development business, largely in the outer GTA over the last 65 years. We're very excited to be expanding into Waterloo region and have partnered with Hawksville Homes in Breslau. Our site is north of Victoria, east of Eby Crest, and south of the emerging Highway 7 realignment. We've coined our project Breslau Center and see a great addition to the community of Breslau with a vibrant mix of commercial and residential uses. We have reviewed staff's report on the LNA and given the options provided by the region, believe staff have recommended the best available option. It's our opinion that in addition to staff's discussion, the best option would not only allow the township to meet its policy objectives, but also be able to respond to market dynamics by not limiting growth options as Concept 3 or Concept 4 would do. As you're likely aware, Breslau Center, formerly Smart Centers, is currently partially and awkwardly within the urban boundary, which frustrates its current potential. We appreciate that staff have earmarked it as a high priority site in their scrutiny of the opportunities for community area expansion. Irrespective of the outcome of this process, it would be wise to urbanize the entirety of the Breslau Center lands so that they can contribute to the township fulfilling its objectives. We look forward to becoming a new community partner in Breslau and suggest Woolwich continue to recommend option 2 to the region and its neighboring municipalities. I was going to wrap it up there, but there's been a lot to say tonight, and I wanted to share a few things. Fieldgate being from the GTA, my roots are actually very close to Waterloo. I grew up in Oxford County. Most of my friends and my parents worked in Waterloo region, and I find it interesting that in the 1990s, there was a little bit of trouble finding work. I had to move around. I finally found work in Windsor, where the casino was emerging, and subsequently in the GTA. My sons now are of the age where they are considering home ownership. They have a different problem. They're looking to move away because they can't afford the housing. When I started about 20 years ago, or maybe 25 years ago in this business, I've been at Fieldgate for 20. There was inventory on the shelf, and now it's, for the last 15 years, it's been hand to mouth. Red tape and other constraints need to be considered. Inventory is suggested. I've been involved in numerous detailed studies in York Region and other areas where available opportunities of development land were debunked by considered study into their availability, servicing, other matters, lands held by people who aren't interested in development, blocking their availability. One thing that I think we need to remember, and I'll reflect on my time, is not to have an arrogance regarding prosperity and growth. I don't know how many of you can remember back to the 1990s. It's pretty ugly. So I thank you for your time. I think you need to keep your options open and not limit growth. Option 2 seems to be the best choice in my opinion. I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. McLean? No, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Stay well.
Our final registered delegate is Steve Weaver from GSP Group. Welcome, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you, Mayor Schatz, and good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to Mr. Vink for his report. My name is Steve Weaver, and I'm a planner with GSP Group. I'm here tonight on behalf of my client, Karen Martin. Karen is the owner of the property at 44 St. Charles Street East in Maryhill. So you'll find a copy of my letter included in your agenda package, along with a previous letter that we submitted to the region and township on April 16th of 2020. These letters provide some background information about the property and summarize my client's request to have the land included within the Maryhill settlement area boundaries. So I'll just quickly share a map that's included within my letter, just to give you a bit of information about the property. So you can see the property outlined in red here. It is currently partially located within the Maryhill settlement area. So there are 2 narrow pieces that go down to St. Charles Street East that are within the boundary, and then the balance of the property is located outside of the settlement area boundary. You'll see the property has a total area of 7.8 hectares, of which approximately 7.5 hectares is located outside of the settlement area boundary, so the larger portion here. There's been a lot of discussion tonight about seniors housing, and for good reasons. So the property that we're referring to here is currently used for a seniors home, referred to or called the Hillside Residence. It was first established in 1999 for 4 residents and has grown over time and is now permitted to house up to 22 residents. The home is seen on the air photo here in the westerly part of the property. The residence, as you can see, is currently located outside of the settlement area. And as shown on the map, the property is surrounded on 3 sides by the existing settlement area of Maryhill, including existing residential and commercial land uses, as well as the existing Maryhill Heritage Park and Community Center on its easterly side here. The property is referred to as and shown as number 5 in Maryhill in the mapping appended to Mr. Vink's report. And we are supportive of Mr. Vink's recommendation to request the region to address as a minor expansion to the rural settlement area of Maryhill to fill the hole in the donut for residential/institutional purposes as part of the rationalization of the boundary, or to identify or map the settlement area limits of the rural settlement through the MCR process. We are also supportive of Mr. Vink's recommendation that the property is a high priority for boundary changes, and the conclusions here showing the green check marks that it meets all of the criteria related to what has been assessed for potential settlement area boundary changes. So I'll stop sharing my screen there. I'll just note that the property is not currently used for farming. Farmland preservation is an important part of this process. So this is an opportunity to support a logical settlement area boundary change on land that in fact is not used for agricultural production. Would allow for a modest amount of growth in the community of Maryhill, so on land that's already surrounded by urban land uses and is adjacent to the existing township park. The property does already serve an important community housing function for seniors and has room for more housing to support the needs of the community of Maryhill, as well as the needs of the township for future housing. So thank you for your time tonight, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Merlehan.
Yeah, Mayor Shantz, not a question. I didn't realize that this property was coming up to talk, but Hillside Residence is a client. So if there are any questions, I'll just turn my video off. I have a pecuniary interest in this regard.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Thank you for your delegation this evening, and staff will take note of your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to everyone who delegated tonight. Staff have taken good notes, I trust, and we'll get back to you on questions as they were raised. I'll ask Mr. Smith if there are any unregistered delegations in the meeting.
Yes, Mayor Shantz, we have one unregistered delegate. His name is Kunle, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Oluwujure. According to your procedural bylaw, to hear him tonight requires a resolution from council, and he will be given 5 minutes or is set by council.
Okay, council, would you like to hear Councillor Merlehan?
Sure, I'll pass a motion to hear the delegate for 5 minutes.
Second, Councillor Shantz. All those in favor? That's carried. Mr. Luwajue?
Yes, hello.
Welcome, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just thank you so much for giving me the time to speak this evening. I'm Mayor Shantz, a member of council, and thanks for the opportunity to comment on the report from staff. I'm just trying to share my screen and to see if I can just make this as brief as possible. This is essentially just a comment from our side. We are the owners of the property on the report on the 1700 Cramp Road in Breslau. And I just want to first of all say that a big thank you for the work that's been done by the Commissioner Rodriguez. He's online probably, and Jeremy Vink, and for the report. And a lot of work has gone into it. So my comment is just to encourage urbanization while holding our township values. The areas I just want to quickly mention on are just that the airport, the proposed Breslau GO station, and the new Highway 7. This will increase the settlement within Breslau very highly, and that's going to be in a very short while. Now, Breslau is not. Yeah. Hello. Sir, can you hear me, please?
We can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. Breslau is not an extension of Kitchener, as some has probably supposed it is. Breslau is actually an independent township of its own, and it has a lot of values. You know, I live in Breslau, and there's a lot of things that I have seen that Breslau has that has a lot of benefit for the entire township. There are areas that I believe that we should embrace as a township, which is urbanization. We know the needs that's coming to pass about many concerns that have been mentioned tonight, especially areas about housing, and especially also the one mentioned about seniors' homes. You know, my heart breaks a lot when I see those who have helped us in our organization. They're in their hundreds, and they started out helping in their 40s. Most of them are older now. I mean, the youngest of them is roughly about 65 years old. And we have a lot in their 70s. Some can afford housing. And this objective that we have as an organization to actually undertake a housing project that will give dignity to this kind of people who have helped all their lives, I think it's one of the strongest areas I think council should probably try and embrace and help us to bring this thing to fruition so that these people can see dignity towards the end of their life. The housing crisis out there and all the other things that have been mentioned, they're real, but I believe that Breslau has an opportunity to make a change in people's lives. Now, there are areas I just quickly want to mention about. I'll skip most of the areas that I was going to talk about before. The potentials that are available here is that Breslau can attract technological companies with a settlement boundary expansion that they're talking about. And a true home and work community can be created. Now, we're also hoping that they will have a very comprehensive commercial center because right now, if you actually were living in Breslau, you wonder, you don't have access to a lot of amenities, or you don't have access to things that, you know, community programs that your children can go to. You probably want to take your kids to Kitchener oftentimes. Okay, so I'm just going to round it up here and say that we need a multi-purpose community complex center. We need facilities that Kitchener market can actually patronize in Breslau. And lastly, that we have a downtown core from Greenhouse Road to Fountain Street that can be created so that we have a sense of belonging to the other side of Breslau. This is just my little comment in a nutshell, and I'll take any questions if you do have for me, please.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Can you stop screen sharing so I can see everyone? Great, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Merlihan.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Shantz, to the delegate. Your lands right now on the plan are proposed to be employment lands. So you're talking about residential. Is your ask here not to be employment lands? Is that what you're saying?
Well, thanks so much for that question. We actually we have a lot of planning going on at the moment, which is that we will still approach staff to see how some of our objectives can actually be still brought in as a church. The employment designation, the board for the organization is content, and they're working on other areas of things. It's a new report for us, but we have a long road to go as there's so many projects and objectives that we're deliberating at the moment and seeing how to cross some hurdles.
Okay, and just as a follow-up, I know you've been to council before advocating for the GO station to be on your property. Is there any other developments? I haven't heard where that is going to go, but do you have any insight on that?
Yes, at the moment we're working with Metrolinx. So there's a level of NDA has been signed with Metrolinx. The last meeting we had with them was last week, and they're proposing many changes. And actually, they're seeing the report here, and I'm sure maybe the commissioner might have some inside information regarding that. But what we have on our side is that they still want to continue with us based on the new market-driven approach to deliver the Breslau GO station. The team that we have on ground, they're working still at this moment, visiting this report and trying to see how to analyze and base it on the organization's objective. So there's so many things we're trying to balance out. And we do have some developers who are now finally on board to make the delivery on this GO station. But we will be presenting a very comprehensive plan to council in the nearest few months, once this all comes to fruition.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Oluwajire.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute break and then come back and discuss. So 10:17 or so. Okay, who are we missing? Councillor Merlihan, there you are. Okay, thank you everyone for your prompt return. So we have a recommendation before us from staff to support concept 2. And there's some other wording that goes with that. I'm open for discussion or a motion. Councillor Shantz, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not sure how much we want to get into all of the nitty-gritty aspects of the land use and the areas that are being proposed tonight. I guess I'm concerned that there's a lot of information missing that is going to be presented in the next couple of weeks to the region. I think we should have that information at our fingertips before we make a final decision here. I'm leaning towards option number 4, but option number 4 isn't on the table, so I can't really make that a motion because it's not part of this this particular report. So I think we have to defer this until we get some more information from the region so that we can make a more informed decision.
Thank you for that. Councillor McMillan, I'll go to you in just a second. I would suggest, I don't disagree with you, Councillor Shantz. I would suggest that we should send something to the region for consideration in their deliberation, but I don't think it needs to be one of the options that are on the table. So Councillor McMillan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Shantz. I was just going to say that. I think that Councillor Shantz could put forward option 4. I don't think that would be outside the rules of our meetings. But I kind of like the idea of, I believe it was Mr. Thomason, what he talked about the philosophy behind option number 4 and putting that to the region without getting specific, and you know, leaving the door open for further consultation, both with council and with the public, and rather than putting a specific, and I believe he had suggested that some other municipalities have already done that they have kind of embraced the philosophy of option number 4 without sending that exact option. So I would move that we do that we send the region the philosophical foundation of option number 4 and leave the door open to further consultation to iron out specifics.
On page 2 and 3 of the staff report, it says overall, and it identifies a number of sort of assumptions or ways of looking at it. And I wonder if that lines up with option 4 as a way to go. Councillor Merlihan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just while we have a Mr. Regier from the region here, I understand that his department, or I don't know if it was him or somebody there, has made arguments against the option 4. And I was just wondering if he would be able to share the region's perspective on option 4. And I know even our own staff, I had sent the option 4 a couple of weeks ago, and it didn't make mention in the staff report about you know, entertaining that option. So I'd be curious if we could hear from Mr. Regier and maybe even our own staff of why that option wasn't included in the report.
Mr. Regier, are you still here? Here you are. Could you speak to that for us, please?
Sure, through you, Mayor Shantz. Yeah, so the so-called option 4 has been submitted to the region as it has to the area municipalities for consideration as information, and certainly we're taking a look. We've studied it and looked at its implications and its underlying philosophy. I think it's got some interesting aspects to it. There are aspects which are
have potentially, I would say, wouldn't necessarily, align with where we're trying to get to, but fundamentally it comes up with a very, very, incremental difference between what has been suggested in option 3 and so it's information in our process. It's part of the public consultation process. It's being studied as such. The 3 options that our consulting team and our planning team have put together are really the concepts that are on the table for consideration at this point. But I can assure the council and the listening public that all of the information that we're gathering through this consultation process is being considered, and our analysis is being fine-tuned as we receive new information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fries?
So I just also wanted to respond to that, why the option 4 was not in the report. And it's just because, as Mr. Greer had said, that was not one of the options that the region had put forward for us to take a look at. So I'm sure that there will be other options and other variations to the options that the region had put out there for consultation. But those were the 3 options that were put out there. And then the reason why staff did not comment further on option 4 or option 3 was because, in staff's opinion, the township does need some land allocated for community development, and both option 3 and 4 did not have any. It was just intensification. And sorry, Jeremy also can speak to this as well.
Thank you. Mr. Vink, go ahead.
Yeah, just to supplement to the comments around option 4. So there is some elements in option 4 that do, you look at the intensification, where to put it, and that's why we disagree. And I think the presentation, they made the same note that we didn't like, for the same reason we didn't like option 3. They didn't want the intensification on the outer edge. We agree with that. They want the intensification in the central area. The challenge is we look at an option 4 is this hasn't been analyzed completely. We don't know the housing mix that would come out of this. And the concern here is the housing mix may not satisfy the need of the region, and especially this community. So not everybody wants to live in an apartment in downtown Elmira or downtown Waterloo or downtown Kitchener. So we're not sure what this housing mix is going to look like, and will it really address the issues and the needs of the community? That's where we have one concern. If you do this intensification, it may have implications on our existing infrastructure, like sanitary and stormwater. Obviously, there'd be some implications there. So can our system even handle that level of intensification? So there's a number of things here we see also that raise concerns on option 4 that have to be analyzed before we would say, yeah, jump to option 4. It doesn't solve all those problems. So is there a perfect solution in front of us? Probably not. Is there perfect, but is there multiple scenarios? Yeah, we could go through hundreds of scenarios. I guess the question in front of council tonight, and I think for the region that the region's looking for, is what is council looking for, and what's the closest scenario? It's not that we necessarily have to, in the end of the day, say this is the one and only solution, but we're giving regional council an understanding of we're looking at this direction. Give us more information. When this additional information comes in, can we respond back with a more fulsome response? But I think they're just looking for some understanding of what our issues and concerns are, so they know which direction to take the ROP a little bit and address those concerns in a more wholesome way.
So can we can we focus the discussion a little bit on what it is that if you in fact like option 4, what it is about option 4 that you like? And I would say also, from my point of view, I'd like to see us as a region, and so this is for you, Rod, as a region, try to think outside the box a little bit more. And our format, the way we've done it, is we come up with a plan that's 30 years out. And is that the end vision? Is that end goal really where we want to be? And I just think in today's environment, we need to give that end goal a little more thought. And so is there a way to change the process so that we have some kind of end goal, but we review it every 5 years as we have been, but do that in maybe a little different way that allows for some of these issues that are coming up and that are newer to be more fleshed out in a near term, rather than trying to have all the answers right away. And I'm not quite sure what that would look like, but anyway, that's just my little vision. So if we can try to give direction on what it is we like about option 4, if indeed that's what we like. Pat, Councillor Merlehan.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, I guess general comments, just on one particular issue. We haven't really identified through the ROP that, we have a land shortage problem, because we don't have that. Here in Woolwich, there's over 5,000 lots that are all ready to go that could be built. And you heard tonight from one of the developers that, they have inventory that's basically sitting on the shelf, waiting for best market conditions and so on. So, here in Elmira, like I mentioned earlier, there are lots that we could put highly intensified units right there, 5-10 years ago, and we can't get developers to build what is needed right now and was needed 5-10 years ago. We can't get them to build that because they have in their mind that they want single family homes. And even tonight, the developers that have showed up are looking for more. We could probably not give any more land and be fine for the next decade with what's available. So how do we make that land that is already ready to go, start building homes on them, the homes that we need? And we need the developers to come to the table and make that happen. And, they're coming to us wanting more. And I'm not sure that I'd like to see more information if it's true that people are turning away because they want a certain type of home and they want it here. That's not something that I have any knowledge of. That could be something that maybe the region would be able to produce to show that all these single family homes are needed. I really, just finding out that there were, the different studies that are going to be coming up, like June 15th, I think, Rod said they'd be available. That information I would like to know before making a decision that's going to impact, Woolwich and the region for the next 30 years. Another thing that, we are going through this process right now in Elmira, kind of visioning what downtown Elmira could look like, and we have some concept plans. I'd really like to see what Breslau is going to look like. That is going to be the largest settlement by 2050, and really a small city. And I'd like to see what that looks like, and I think the community should be part of that process rather than developers. And really see what we can come up with first. Recently, I saw a future map of Breslau, that made me think differently about how that community will be. But I think the community will probably benefit in having a visioning of how the community operates, the facilities we'll need, all that kind of stuff. It's a massive undertaking. So. I'd want more information, but I'd want to see, in this plan, how can we, encourage the land that's already ready to go, that can be built on? How can we get that to address the housing crisis we have right now? And so I don't know who can answer that, but I guess it's just a comment.
I think it is a comment. one of the things, you're talking about the Breslau secondary plan for the plan of what Breslau looks like. And there's, that's something that is ongoing as well. And I forget what the other thing I was going to say. So Councillor or Mr. Vink, did you want to weigh in, or before I go to Scott? You're muted, Jeremy.
Sorry, I thought I unmuted, sorry. Just in terms of the secondary plan for Breslau, once, and for Elmira and St. Jacobs, once the regional official plan has set the targets and set the growth plan and it's established, we will then utilize that to update our plan and to change our plan accordingly, to shift the boundaries as necessary or whatever takes place. So that's when we will gauge, as Township, as staff and council will engage the community and get into a real in-depth, what is it going to look like and how is it going to look? And what we need to do is set ourselves up, as council needs to set themselves up tonight for giving flexibility to see that growth and then have that opportunity under the ROP to give us that flexibility to see what we want to see in each community and make it complete. So Breslau is one where I would say is lacking completeness right now, where we don't have enough growth right now that is spurred on food, like grocery stores or hardware stores. So that's a community that could see some benefit of some additional growth to help make it more complete, which would then support things like the transit activities there too. So some things to consider when we look at this is just how do we set ourselves up to have flexibility when the ROP is established to create our community the way we want to also.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMillan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. You asked, for council to direct our conversation about what we liked in the proposals. Just some things that I like about, either 3 or 4. We heard about farmland tonight. The use of farmland for housing only goes in one direction. We can't ever get it back. We'll never get farmland out of residential area. It only goes in one direction. The country line is only going to go in one direction. It will never come back in. It will only ever expand. So when we say we don't want the country line to expand at all for the next 30 years, it will still expand. It's happened in different municipalities and it will. If we say we want it to expand to X, it will get pushed to Y. There will be developers that will appeal, planning decisions, planning denials of developments, and they'll win. So by saying that we don't want it to expand at all, it's only going to expand a little bit. If we say we want it to expand a little bit, it's going to expand a little bit more. So that's why I like saying we don't want it to expand. We can't get farmland back. The country line can't come back. We are in a climate crisis. Building more single detached, car dependent, sprawling suburbs, we know is the wrong thing to do. So we don't want to do that. And when we talk about a housing mix, we're talking about new development having a housing mix, but we should consider all of the housing in the region. And in Woolwich Township, we could build a plethora of multi-unit dwellings for a long time before it begins to approach the percentage of housing that single detached housing makes up. So even if there are no single detached houses built tomorrow, and there's lots of multi-unit dwellings, single detached housing is still going to be the dominant housing. And we heard developers talk about, we shouldn't be, the word social re-engineering was used. And I think there's an idea that these low density single detached suburbs are, divine from God, or they're the natural order of things, but they're not. They're the result of a 70-year-old government effort to have suburbs built, sprawling single detached suburbs built so that we could sell cars, so that we can employ people in car plants, because that's where good paying jobs were. So this moving away from a social engineering project is not itself social engineering. So that's why I'm in favor of 4. because I think it holds the country line. And we know that that's not going to last 30 years, but it'll at least get us on the right start. And then I don't think that we should, because I think Councilor Merlehan raises a good point. We don't know the consequences of all of this. So let's not, put that proposal forward, just the philosophy of it.
Councillor Redekop and Councillor Shantz.
Yeah, I'm in favor of plan number 4, even with it's not fully developed yet. And I really want to hear from the region about what the various plans will affect climate change, because I think we can't continue to chew up farmland the way we do. It just won't be sustainable. And I made the observation that developers who were included in plan number 2 agreed with it, but the developers who were not included disagreed with it. They didn't say if they were still in agreement of plan number 2, or they might have been in, maybe they wanted plan number 1. And I thought Mr. Eby's observations about seniors and their need for housing in the coming gray wave was really insightful. And we've talked a lot about affordability of housing, but we have no idea how to do it. We have no idea. We say it's market driven. Well, that's not going to solve it. So I would appreciate maybe some thinking, as Mayor Sean said, outside the box about how do we get it to a housing affordability for more people in the region. So anyway, that's my comments. And I again would state that I would be in favor of looking more inside of option number 4.
Okay, thank you. And I think affordability is a really key thing there, more than the type of housing. I think people are looking for something that they can afford. I think the type of housing is a land planning and community planning issue. But I think what people, I agree with you, Councillor Redekop. What people are really looking for is something they can afford, whatever that happens to be. I think Councillor Shantz was next. I lost track of my list here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Shantz. More comments than I guess questions. I get frustrated too, just like Councillor Merlehan, when we hear developers going and wanting 100 units a year, and they get cut back to 75 and they complain, and then the next year we find out they didn't even do the 75 and it gets added on to the next year and they get 110. And it just seems to go always in the developer's direction. So I get frustrated on that. But what I really get frustrated on is when we start doing these land needs and developments, and we've got properties that just because they're not inside some kind of a boundary, they can't be built on. And I look at number 25 and number 26 in the mapping, and that's the ones just outside of Bridgeport, and they're right there, ready for the service. The buses are right there, and but yet the service is in Kitchener and the land is in Woolwich, and we can't work back and forth and get those developed, and it would be a wise spot to develop in my mind. But yet we go in another area where we have to put all the infrastructure in and things like that, and it just doesn't seem like wise planning to me. So but I agree. I think the philosophy of number 4, maybe not number 4 itself, but the philosophy of number 4, and get more information back that we're talking about, climate change and a few things like that have been brought up tonight that we haven't been privy to. I think we have to know that information before we decide whether we're going to expand at all. But I'm not in favor of expanding. I'm like Councillor McMillan. We've got to cut back. If we haven't learned anything in this pandemic, we have to learn how to feed ourselves. And if it's under pavement, we're not going to feed ourselves. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Something else I've been thinking about recently is in terms of farmland is we talk about industry, and we talk about commercial, and we talk about agriculture, but we don't value the concept of agriculture the same way that we do as industry. And really our agri-food industry is a huge and a very important one. And so I think we need to start thinking about that differently. So I'm just going to try to summarize what I heard, and I've asked Jeff to try to create some kind of a motion that might work with that. I've heard a support for the philosophy in number 4, and specifically preserving the countryside line, preserving the value of our agricultural land, providing a mix of housing. I wrote down preserve and didn't finish that sentence, so I'm not sure what that one was. That we want to hear the further reports that are coming to regional council, particularly on the effects of climate change and how that ties in. I heard concerns about affordability and working together across municipalities on infill. Is there anything else that we should add to that? Pat?
Yeah, I was just thinking that just maybe an overall deferral on the actual decision, and maybe just provide, I don't know, not official comments until all information is known. It sounds like we have till August 10th or whatever at this point to make any final judgment, and then have other additional questions.
So maybe as part of the wording to be, this is for guidance to the region, or as input into the process, pending, a final decision in August.
Consultation and stuff, which they sound like they're planning on doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deanne, did you want to add something?
I was just going to mention that they are going to be taking some information report to that June date. So I'd want to have our council give some kind of comment so that they can share those with their council at that report, with that report at that meeting. Whether or not council wants to support an option or just give some general direction as you were starting to frame, just to give some opinions on where this council's thinking would be very helpful, I think, to the region at this stage. And then you can hold back further comments on options or future options as they come forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to have input into that process and into that report from the 22nd. Councillor McMillan?
Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't get locked in with any specifics and leave ourselves an opportunity to modify any direction that we're trying to give when we hear all of the information. But I'm not in favor of not making a strong statement tonight about farmland, about the countryside line. And I think something in there about supporting the philosophy of number 4, I think is important. The first chance that we have to make that statement, I think is what I would like to do as a councillor.
Okay. Councillor Shantz?
Yeah, I agree with all the above. One question or one suggestion I would make is we're looking at 30 years out, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, and if it would require a meeting in July, I'm sure we could find a date that we could have a special meeting if we had to really hash this out in July, so we're ready for a final vote in August. But that's a suggestion I would make.
I would also suggest to the region that do we really have to rush this? Right? Can we take the time? I think there was another municipality that actually deferred it for a year, and I know that's not what the province has asked us to do, but I would ask that question of the region. Can we take the time to truly be innovative, like we keep saying we are, and be the visionary community that we say we are in Waterloo region? Councillor McMillan and then Shantz.
Did you mean me?
Merlihan, I'm sorry. It's got to
No
happen
problem.
once every meeting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it pretty much does. Anyway, through you, I would support, you know, a deferral of a year, as long as within that year, we take a real hard look at least Breslau, Elmira, and St. Jacobs as a, you know, some sort of visioning process as a council that happens to really, you know, trying to flesh out what these communities are going to look like in 30 years. And I mean, right now, I mean, I don't think, you know, not adding farmland right now for 5 years, and in 5 years, we will have another opportunity to, you know, add land as, you know, whatever council future community sees the need then. But right now, I feel like there just isn't enough information. There isn't enough of that visioning input from the community with how growth is going to happen. I guess so. So that would be my the deferral for a year would have to incorporate, you know, would lock council in then to actually go through the process and not do it as a delay tactic.
Mr. Regier, you wanted to jump in?
Well, through you, Mayor Shantz, I guess what I would add to the conversation here is that the regional official plan really deals with the broad structure of the urban system, the natural heritage system, the agricultural system across the region, regional transportation, and so on and so forth. Excuse me. Our lights are timed to go off if you don't move for a few minutes. So the area municipalities, so the township will, once we've agreed upon how much land we will bring into the urban area, what the policies to guide growth at a fairly high level will be coming out of this amendment. Then the area municipalities, the township, will need to go through exactly that process of revising its thinking about the vision for the township, thinking about how it wants to shape growth at a secondary planning level, of course with the township as a whole in mind, but then at a secondary planning level, and then through all of the planning work that goes into the land that is brought in, if any, into the urban area. So I would say there's a lot of opportunity for the township to be involved in fine-tuning the way that growth will be shaped, whether it's through intensification or through new greenfield areas. With regard to the process, we've had this conversation at Regional Council, and I think that the challenge for us is that we do have a deadline, which is articulated by the province. The region has a responsibility to move forward with the planning process within the time frame that we've been given. We are already stretching it somewhat, and we do have an electoral process coming up at the municipal level in the fall. So we're working diligently to pull. We've had a tremendous amount of feedback. We've got literally thousands of people that have contributed to the conversation across the region, and we've been at this work for 2 years now. So I think we feel like the deadlines that we're working with now are ones that we can work with. That it does put the point on the matter to have a serious conversation about the future of the region. We will have an opportunity to open up this conversation again in 5 years and another 5 years after that. So periodically we will review the regional official plan as we're directed to by the province. And with each one of those reviews, then we have an opportunity for another one of these conversations. So I would say that there is an opportunity here for an incremental approach, and but one that keeps in mind the long-term future of the region as a whole and its constituent area municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shantz. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the reason I suggest maybe a July meeting, and maybe Mr. Smith can answer this. At some point, I think we're going to become a lame duck council because of the election year. So when might that be? Do we have time to go through this into the middle of August?
Yeah, I don't think that happens till August 19th. Right, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Shantz, yes, that's correct. We would make that calculation after nomination day, which is August 19th. We do have one meeting, and I was just pulling it up while I was trying to get my my camera on here. We do have a meeting on August 8th, which is scheduled. That's a committee of the whole meeting. We could always hold a special council either right afterwards or at another time, sort of in that time frame, if council would like.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jeff, were you, excuse me, were you able to glean some kind of emotion out of our discussion?
Yes, Mayor Shantz, I think I caught a lot of it. I think the first clarification I would like from council is just, are we talking about passing a motion sort of in principle right now, or are we talking about a deferral this evening?
Excuse me, I believe we were looking at a motion that would give some kind of direction to regional council, but I need a councillor to speak to that. Councillor McMillan.
I actually did put a motion like that forward, and I think that if we do pass a motion that agrees with number 4 in principle, subject to more information and subject to further direction from our council, it's not a lot different than a deferral, other than we're making that statement. And I think we have to make that statement. So I'm in favor of putting forward a motion tonight that is passed that states that we support the philosophy of option 4. We're always going to be able to go in the other direction, always, whether it's a month from now, a year from now, or 5 years from now. We're always going to be able to go in the other direction. We will not be able to go backwards. So that's why I think it's important for us to state that we're in favor of that philosophy tonight.
Okay, Councillor Shantz, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Smith to put the motion up on the screen. Go ahead, Larry.
I was just going to second that.
Okay, well, let's see what kind of wording we have here and make sure that it's what we all agree on then, or at least the two of you.
And Mayor Shantz will just share my screen with council. I was trying to capture a lot of what you said, and I think I've taken some language from our planners as well. I'll maybe just ask Alex if she can move the screen a little bit.
That's good.
So Mayor Shantz, if you'd like, I can sort of read it out for council and make sure I got everything. So it sort of starts the same way the original motion starts, but 1 supports option 4 in principle, provided by Smart Growth Waterloo Region. Recommends that the land needs assessment be based on the following principles: provide the creation of complete communities. And this is one part I wanted to make sure I got right, which may include moderate growth in Bresla and Elmira. I'm not sure if I heard that right. It's based on the following principles: transit, active transportation oriented, climate action friendly, addressing 50 by 30, minimize impact / loss of agricultural land and preserve the countryside line, seek intensification in appropriate areas such as cores to help minimize the need for greenfield lands, provide an appropriate mix of housing, for the township, and adequate serving is provided or available. And then the other two are from the original report, just requesting that the region ensure that the conceptation is appropriately implemented, etc., and direct staff to continue to work with the region to finalize the land needs. Do you want me to stop sharing, Mayor Shantz?
Yes.
Mayor Shantz, would it not be easier for us to get a close, at least consensus or closer to consensus, if we kind of trim some of that out of there? Like, we don't need to be as prescriptive with this. We, you know, if we're going to list anything from number 4 that we support specifically, I would say, you know, holding the country line. But I don't know that we need to get that prescriptive with the motion. We support number 4 in theory, in the philosophy, and we are, you know, retaining the right to add more information as more information is given to us, something like that. I think we don't need to be so prescriptive.
It's your motion. I like to have, from my point of view, I like to see more information given to the region, because what they're going to see is the motion. They're not going to, although Rod was here, so he's heard what we've said, but you know, in the end result, it's going to just be the motion that's going to get passed over, right?
Then what if we just put in the preservation of farmland, the preservation of the country line, take out the transit, because there's lots of councillors that don't agree with that. Take out the climate action, because there's councillors that don't agree with that. Just leave it at the very highest level.
I'll go to Larry first because he seconded it, and then I'll go to Pat.
Yeah, I agree. I think keep it simple. I think one of the things that we have to make sure is that we get all the information, and we don't have all the information, and that's one of the reasons why we're holding back as well. So I think that maybe should be added as well.
That's a good point. We were looking particularly the effect of climate change. Pat, go ahead.
Yeah, that was more or less going to be my comment as well, that, you know, maybe something in the motion as, you know, more complete comments to be forthcoming after additional information and public consultation. But I'm not sure any of the other councils, I think most of them have deferred any decisions at this point. So I mean, I don't feel like we're super rushed like I did before the meeting, where I thought we had to make a decision like tonight. And I think most of the councils in the region have deferred, including Kitchener, and I think Waterloo's not even looking at this till next week. I think Wilmot, yeah, I don't have a, oh, and I think, yeah, actually I can't say that for sure, but I don't know if there's a hurry to make a motion tonight either, but whatever. I mean, we have a motion, so we'll deal with it.
Okay, should we say something in there about final decision to be made or considered in August? Something like that. Scott?
At a future date.
Future date. That's good. Okay, what have we got, Jeff?
I'm just sharing my screen for council's benefit. So again, support the same start, support option 4 in principle at this time, and provide more complete comments at a future date as more information is provided or more community consultation takes place. Recommend that the lands need assessment be based on the following principles: minimize impact / loss of agricultural land and preserve the countryside line, and seek and oh no, I think you asked me to take that one out too. Sorry, so just basing on the minimize the impact of agricultural land and preserve the countryside line, and then the other two respecting implementation and directing staff to continue to work with the region.
Scott, are you okay with that?
I'm comfortable with that unless somebody else wants, you know, something pulled out so that they could support it.
Okay, Larry?
I'm okay with that. Thanks.
Okay. Can you take it down so I can see? Okay, thank you. So I have a mover and a seconder. You've all seen the motion. Larry, you had something else to say?
I think it would be wise that you get the vote, so maybe we should take a recorded vote.
Okay. When you're ready.
So Mayor Shantz, you've requested a record, or sorry, a member of council has requested a recorded vote. I think we're just helping one councillor with a technical issue here. I'll maybe just wait one moment if that's all right.
I think you just need a plug or.
Still has power, so.
Yeah, we can take the vote while we're trying to figure out our power issues. Murray says that if we don't hurry up, he's going to die. So or his computer is. So let's call the question. Or we're going to do a recorded vote. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. So I'll request a recorded vote in a random order, starting with Councillor McMillan.
In favor.
Councillor Shantz.
In favor.
Councillor Redicott.
In favor.
Councillor Merlihan.
In favor.
Missing someone here.
Murray.
Sorry, Councillor Martin.
In favor.
And Mayor Shantz.
In favor.
Mayor Shantz, that vote is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Council, for the thoughtful discussion. We'll have more of this as the summer goes on, I'm quite sure. We have no unfinished business. We have some consent items. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Councillor Merlihan, or did you want to pull something?
I just had a comment. Do we not have to do a motion to continue after 11 o'clock?
Oh, yeah.
As procedural.
Go ahead. Yeah, it is after 11. Okay,
Yeah.
are you making that motion?
I'll make that motion, sure.
Seconded by Councillor McMillan. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, we'll try to finish up before midnight then. Consent agenda. I think I had a move. Did I have a mover and a seconder on the consent agenda? I think I did. Councillor Shantz and Councillor Merlihan, I think. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. We have 3 staff reports, and I believe Mr. Poupet has 2 of them. Mr. Poupet.
I think his hair's growing a little since the start of the night.
Wakey, wakey.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz, and through you to members of council. So the first report before you here is IS 14 2022. It's our annual pavement marking tender. I will try to keep this as brief as possible for my reports, given the hour. I think what I need to highlight to council here is that we are asking for a multi-year contract with RNN. We are familiar with RNN. As the report states, we have worked with them in the past. And I would highlight that there is an increase from 2022 to 2023, and that is a result of parking lots not requiring annual paving. So there is, I think we're doing 2 or 3 parking lots this year, and I think we're up to about 6 or 7 next year. And that's why you're seeing the about 20% increase in 2023. But staff are seeking support for RNN to receive 2022's program, and then allowing the Director of Infrastructure Services to authorize the extensions for 23, 24, and 25 based on performance. There also is quality control costs in there. We do get testing done, and you can see that. And we've just simply added a 5% increase over those years. Of course, we'll seek the actual dollar amount at the time. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Questions? Councillor Merlehan.
I'll move the report as recommended.
Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Shantz, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next one is yours too.
Yes, this is IS 15 2022. This is our annual paving program. We did do a joint procurement process with Wilmot this year. We're doing that with a few projects. Our sidewalk program is with Wilmot as well. So we're looking to explore leveraging some of that with our municipal neighbors. And in this case, Wilmot has piggybacked on our tender. It is a smaller than normal tender, as council recall from our budget, but we are happy to award this to Capital Paving, just north of $1.2 million. And we are looking to take care of Crowsfoot Road, just the stretch. That's the last piece of Crowsfoot Road for us. That's really the stretch from Catherine Street back in the, we'll call it a bit of the urbanized or built up section there. Martin Grove Road, we replaced the bridge last year, so it's just simply finishing off that roadway. And then Reedswood Drive, we have a funding partner with Mapleton, and they are paying 50% of their share as the boundary road. And with that, the other piece, I think it's very important to note, significant fluctuations, of course, and supply chain issues, as everybody's heard. But with the oil prices, AC price index is as high as we've ever seen. So I think that's important to note as well. We are earmarking about 32,000 here, and time will tell. You pay based on the month prior to tender versus the actual month you pave. Sorry, so that will dictate what the cost of the township will be, or if there's a credit that comes back to the township. So it fluctuates either way, but we're looking at things rising as we can see at the pumps. We will be impacted by that. I just wanted council to be aware of that. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you. When I read this report, I was a little disappointed that we didn't add Snyder's Flats Road to it from the end of the subdivision to the church. I'm not sure why we'd leave that in gravel. That's the short little piece that we are responsible for, because beyond the church, that's not our land. Could have that been included?
And through you, Mayor Shantz, to Councillor Martin, the plan we have with Snyder's Flats Road, after the development occurs, we're looking to surface treat that road. We will have to be doing some conversion to that as well. It really, as you mentioned, Councillor Martin, it only facilitates the church, and we feel that to be the most cost-effective approach, but certainly would be open to any discussion council may want to have.
Okay. Councillor Martin.
Would Silver Street be the best way to go with the amount of traffic we got there? Asphalt, I believe, would hold up a lot better over the years. Just my observation.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor Shantz, that's a fair assessment, Councillor Martin. I think that the big concern we have out there is drainage. So I think roadside drainage is the biggest concern, regardless of what the surface treatment is. So I think we will need to take some time to look to improve drainage, and whether that means installing some ditching where we can. I think the surrounding land is a challenge in general, but I don't disagree with that approach. And maybe it's something like a 2.5-inch lift of asphalt. But what staff can do is look to include Snyder's Flats and the conversion of that in 2023. I think that would be a bit appropriate, and then we can do some assessment on what may be appropriate for a surface treat, whether it be 2.5 inches of asphalt or a surface treatment.
Okay, Councillor Shantz, or sorry, Councillor Martin, were you finished, or did you want to? Yeah, Councillor Shantz, go ahead.
A question I have is, if we do surface treatment, can it be converted to asphalt fairly easily, or is it throwaway?
Through Mayor Shantz to Councillor Shantz, I think what we've learned through our converting roads last year, Guelph Town Line, Fife and Lurch, drainage is the most critical piece. So I think if we address the drainage properly, we should be able to address either top, whether it's asphalt or surface treat. I think that'll be the most important piece.
Okay, and it's not a very lengthy section, so yeah, maybe Councillor Martin is right, just to put it in pavement and get her done.
Yeah, and fair. I think one thing we do have going for us here is I think we do know we have a good road base likely here. So there might be some test pits we want to do, but obviously with the gravel pit there, we got lots of gravel. So I think we're in good shape as far as structure goes. So that may be the appropriate piece, but I think what we'll do is just investigate that on our own and come back during the 2023 budget deliberations for council's decision.
When the original is done with the developer, are we going right up to the laneway of the homes that are back there, the Stavanis laneway, or are we stopping short of that?
It's my understanding it stops right at the development limit, so it's likely just short of that lane.
Okay. Be nice to be able to go right up at least to that laneway, but I'll leave that with you.
Okay, is there a mover and a seconder for the recommendation then? Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Redekop. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Jared. Mr. Vanderhoff, gas detection system, etc.
Through you, Mayor Schatz. Good evening, Council. So RCS has an award recommendation on the agenda for the gas detection system, exhaust system, and emergency lighting at 19 Evening Star Lane, otherwise known as the Conestoga Operations Garage. So staff are recommending an award to Electrade Electrical Contractors out of Breslau at a cost of $83,000 after the HST rebate. Funding for this project derives from the COVID stream grant funding. Installation of the life safety building systems at the garage will close the loop on the recent capital investment to renovate the building. As the facility houses infrastructure services, heavy equipment, and vehicles, the exhaust system is a requirement of the Ontario Building Code, and the emergency lighting scope piggybacks on the exhaust system electrical scope as well. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions for Council.
Questions? No? Someone want to move the recommendation? Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Merlehan. All those in favor? And that's carried. That was quick. Thanks, Thomas. Okay, other business. I'm not going to take a lot of time to report on regional matters. I will say, though, that tomorrow at Planning and Works, one of the reports is an EA for widening of the highway between Waterloo and Elmira, and also a bypass. There's some dates on there that I have some questions for regional council on, but it's awarding the contract for the EA. So at least we're moving ahead on that piece. Any council updates and reports? Not seeing any. Outstanding activity list. No notice of motion. Okay, a motion that the bylaws, the following bylaws in the hands of the clerk be read a first, second, third time and finally passed, and that they be numbered as bylaw number 36-2022 to 39-2022, and that they be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with a corporate seal. And you can read those in your report. Someone like to move them? Councillor Redekop, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that brings us to adjournment. To meet again in regular session on Monday, June 27th, 2022. Anybody want to move to adjourn? Councillor McMillan, Councillor Shantz, all those in favor? Thank you. And council thanks all who participated or tuned into the meeting tonight on our YouTube live stream and Rogers Channel 20, and thank the delegations as well. I will remind council to stay connected until we receive confirmation the live stream has stopped. And I will say good night to everyone.